What up? What up? What up? It's your boy, Jedi King Hefner and the beautiful Eyes in the Moon, and we're back again for another episode of the Dog King Power Hour. And the title of today's episode is Perfectly Petite. Perfectly Petite. And what do I mean by that? We'll get to that right about now. Yeah, what up, what up, what up? It's your boy, Jedi King Hefner and the beautiful Eyes in the Moon in the house. Want to say good morning to everybody. Glad you are here today. Man. Y'all just don't know how much I look forward to these power hours. To touch base with you guys, kick the breeze, and learn more, deep dive into some of the subjects I've been talking about. I'm fully excited for today and glad you are here with me. And for anybody that tunes in later, I appreciate you being here as well. And before we get started, I just want to send good wishes and blessings out to everybody today, for you guys to have abundance in your life, for you guys to be healthy, whole, and for everybody that's listening to this stream to have the right breaks to happen at the right time. Now, without further ado, as you can see, the title of this show is Perfectly Petite. Perfectly Petite. And I pretty much named this show Perfectly Petite because I've said before, when I delve into the world of human women, my preference is a smaller human woman. And I've loved human women, and I really love little women, all the way down to like 3 foot tall, 3 foot tall, 4 foot tall, 5 foot tall, and so forth. But I like all types of women. But today I'm focusing on Perfectly Petite because I want to use that as a springboard to basically talk about my last video, which is judging intentions. I have a lot more to say about that video in particular. But before I do all that, y'all already know what has to happen. I got to say good morning to everybody in the comment section. I appreciate y'all for being here once again. It's a joy of mine. And every day I'm here with you, like I say, it's me fulfilling my dream. So let's start off. And I didn't get a chance to jump into the comments before the show. As you can see, I was running a minute or two late. But Edmund Dante says, hey, what up, Edmund? So Edmund, I'm going to have to give you the win for the day, only because I didn't get a chance to get in here to check to see who was actually here like I normally do. And I told you, if I don't check, I'm just going to give the first person to comment their credit. So Edmund and Kevin, you almost won today. I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. Yeah, you almost moved one step closer to winning your dog. Because Kevin comes right after that and says, let's go. I'm ready for the power hour. Happy Star Wars Day. It's so crazy that he says that because I've been the biggest Star Wars fan my whole life until they ruined it with this last trilogy, when they really just stepped on Star Wars' neck. I mean, I still love Star Wars up until this last trilogy. But I promise you, I've never thought about May the 4th as far as being Star Wars Day. I've heard the joke before of, hey, May the 4th be with you, but I never really thought of it as being actually Star Wars Day like it really is. So I've been seeing everybody post their Star Wars things today, and appropriately, that's why I have a friend sitting right next to the beautiful Eyes in the Moon. I said, okay, since everybody want to be talking about this Star Wars Day, I'm going to bring one of my men down here, baby. So before hey, look, yeah, I got the man here. Yeah, baby. Yeah, Admiral Throne, the guy I was talking about the other day, baby. And this ain't the small action figure either, baby. Hey, look, I ain't playing over here. I'm a real Star Wars fan. So may the fourth be with everybody that's watching, just to play into the whole Star Wars Day thing. Ren X says, what's happening? Let's get rolling like a coaster in Liberty Land. Yeah, back when Liberty Land was here, we ain't got Liberty Land in Memphis no more. And for anybody that's watching, Ren X, he obviously knows something about Memphis because he said a roller coaster in Liberty Land. And we used to have this amusement park here in Memphis. And it's so funny. If you grew up in Memphis, you'll be thinking that that is the biggest and best amusement park you've ever seen. As you start growing up, you begin to realize, oh, this is a piece of crap, compared to real amusement parks. But it was a staple in the city for everybody that grew up here. You had to go to Liberty Land. And most people visited Liberty Land at least once a year. And I'm telling you, if Liberty Land was here, me and the girls would have been there, and that would have been a great trip just to walk around. So it's cool that he brought that up, but they demolished Liberty Land. Man, I don't know. It seemed like about 6 or 7 years ago. Could be longer. I'm not sure, but it's been some years now. Mike TV in the house. He said, hey, Jay, what up, Mike TV? MGTOW. MGTOW says, oh, man, I'm so late. You deserve to be late, son. You done been early so many times, MGTOW. You killing the game right now. I think I forgot to write yours down. Yeah, you got 8 victories right now. So you so ahead of the game, you can afford to be late 10 more times, even though I like you to be on time. Austin Steele says, Jay, may the fourth be with you. He said, we talking Petite today. Sounds like a string for my favorite Elfie. Yeah, baby. We talking Petite, but we really talking about my last video mainly. But I do want to say something to you, Austin Steele. Austin Steele had kept bringing up this new doll to me about this new Tifa doll. I had heard of this anime before. I mean, I had heard of that character before, but I never got into Final Fantasy. I'm thinking about going back and getting into it though. But to make a long story short, he was telling me about this character named Tifa and about how they had made a doll. This new company had made a doll looking just like her. And I was sort of concerned because I'm like, man, I haven't heard about this new company yet. I'm like, hey, I'm hoping it's not some generic bullcrap company that's trying to produce a new doll. But I'll be damned. I'm starting to see vendors present this doll. So I'm not sure of the quality of it. Austin says he heard that it's very good quality, a very good quality doll. But I'll say this, it looks amazing. And I was telling him, and not to get off the subject, but I was telling him about Piper doll, how their Aria doll and their Jessica doll are based off the real characters. And I was often wondering, like, man, why doesn't Piper doll have more characters? But as me and Austin were talking the other day, it's probably some type of copyright issues that people can't get through. And this new company, I think they're called Game Day Girls or something like that. This new company, they either have a deal with Final Fantasy or either they found a loophole to where they can make the doll before anybody tries to litigate them. But with all that said, I would say this, Austin, that doll looks amazing. Now, I'm not familiar with that particular character, but believe me, it's several characters that I would love out of the anime world if they can make an exact replica. Not me putting a cosplay on my girl, but I could get the exact replica of a certain anime girl. Oh, yeah, I'd have to get a few of them. Austin says, no lie, I've been playing a lot of the Star Wars MMO lately. He said, nothing better than being my own Luke Vader. Oh, man, I love the Star Wars games. Well, a lot of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And it's crazy. Y'all just don't understand how much I really love companion dolls in this whole life. because I'm just so immersed that my game broke down months ago, and I haven't replaced it. I haven't looked into replacing it. I haven't even checked it to see if it still works. I mean, it could have just glitched out and it might still work. But normally I would have been going crazy without playing the game for this long. But I've been so busy with the girls and actually being here with you guys on the channel, I haven't even really thought about the game. But it's something I do want to get back to because I want to get into like live streaming, me and the girls playing the game every now and then. So I do want to get another game. But with all that said, it's about 3 Star Wars games that I'm behind on. Because you're right, Austin Steele. It's nothing like being your own Jedi, or in some of the games where you can choose your role, you can be on the other side. So I love role-playing games, man. Ren X says, yep, that damn elephant mascot scared me. I don't know what you're talking about on that, Ren X. Miktai says, yo, man, I'm so tired. Ha, ha, ha. I already know, Miktai, wherever you say it's late there. You be getting ready to go to sleep as soon as I get started. I'm not sure where you are, though. Austin still says, they got classes that are akin to Boba Fett. Oh, okay. And Palpatine. He said, all the classic characters. So he said, I can't see it. I'm gonna have to make that bigger because I can't see what he said. Oh, he said, so I've tried them all, but I always go back to the Knight. Oh, most definitely. You always gonna go back to the Jedi Knight. You know, I'm gonna always be a Jedi Knight or a Sith warrior, one of the two. Austin still says, I need a lightsaber or it doesn't feel right, you know? Dude, that's me. That's me all day, man. Like, I be in the game like that. I don't care if people gunning me down with their with their blasters. Even if I ain't blocking it with my lightsaber, I'm still choosing the lightsaber over a blaster because a blaster is a clumsy weapon, like the Jedi say, as the Jedi would say. So, with all this said, glad to see all you guys here. I don't see any of the beautiful ladies that normally chime in and join the stream, but hopefully they'll chime in later. But definitely love to see them here as well. Let me see what else I need to chime in on. Oh, yeah. Before I get started, congratulations to my Grizzlies from pulling off a victory yesterday. I was happy to see that. And the video that I'll be putting out tomorrow, y'all will see the real reason that we won that game when you see the video tomorrow. But I was happy to see us win. But as a Grizzlies fan, I'm letting you guys know, I'm still not pleased with this team. This is still not the team that I saw all season. We're still not clicking the way we're supposed to be clicking. We're still not moving the ball like we're supposed to be moving the ball. We're playing the Golden State team they are so short out there. There's no way that we should be losing to these guys on the boards. You know, we're letting them out rebound us and things of that nature. We should be taking these dudes down the block, backing them down, and literally punishing them. They are little. They are too little to be playing with us. So I hate the way we're playing, but we did tie the series up last night. And I want you guys to pay attention to that video that I put out tomorrow and see why we won. And speaking of videos, I do have an announcement before I get into the meat of the show. And I want to thank people, first of all. I want to thank Carol, one of the viewers that I have. She donated, I think, twice over the weekend, and I appreciated her. And a new viewer, my guy, Mr. Pirate Brain, he donated. And both of them donated via my about on my YouTube, and they donated to my PayPal and Cash App. So I really appreciate that. Like I told you guys, those type of things help me keep coming to you every day. But with all that said, since I'm becoming a YouTube veteran now, something else opened up on my channel, and it's called Super Thanks. So as you know, you guys can always donate to the channel or show your thanks to me by doing a super chat or a super sticker during a live stream. Well, you can also do a super thanks on any one of my videos. Now, let's just say you come across a video that you really like, or it really helped you, or it really helped you in a special way. You might be like, you know what? I don't want to wait for a live stream or anything. I want to donate on this video. Well, now you can do that on individual videos. Another great supporter of the show named Das, D-A-S. I love that guy. I love all my supporters. He commented and said that he tried to leave a super thanks recently. I'm not sure how he left it or whatever, but I didn't see his initial super thanks. But I don't know if that was an issue with how he sent it or not. But I'm sure that it works. And any way that you guys support the show, I appreciate you. Just want to let you know that off the bat. So with all that said, what else do I need to say before I get to the meat of the show? I say this before we get into the perfectly petite talk. I'm sorry, guys. It happened again. Man, okay. Y'all know I got the scent competition that I occasionally do research on. Well, after the last scent competition, it was some very interesting contestants. I had, of course, Anna, which I always check in on Anna and watch her channel sometimes. She really makes me laugh. She's a trip. I watch her channel sometimes, just check in on her. The girl named Nina Infinity. And I encourage you guys to go check out any of these girls that I mentioned and subscribe to their channels if you like their content. But it's this girl named Nina Infinity that was in the competition. I thought she was a cute girl. She has some content that I don't really gravitate towards, but I think that you should check it out. You might like it. When I say I don't gravitate towards it, I really can't pinpoint what it really is. So that's why I say that, but I think you should check it out. Who else was on that in that last competition? I had the girl named Whitney. She's not a YouTuber, but the last girl that was in that competition that I often bring up, and she's honestly one of the most interesting, if not the most interesting out of that group, and it's Brittany Venti, believe it or not, the burping girl. Because I can listen to her channel, and believe me or not, believe me when I say this, it's like a couple of shows that's coming up that's directly related to some of the things she says, because she has some interesting topics sometimes. Well, I just say this, that damn Brittany Venti did snatch me back in again, because here's the deal. I think I did subscribe to her channel, and I unsubscribed, and I think I subscribed back again, because I'm going to tell you, this is what I hate about human women like a Brittany Venti. She's not really my type, because I told you, the title of this show is Perfectly Petite. I like shorter women. She says she's like 5'7". Although I've dated women 5'7" and had good relationships with them, I prefer shorter. So I've seen her. She's not a bad looking woman standing up, but she's taller than I prefer. But just her face, and even sort of the way she sort of dresses herself, she is adorable on camera, I have to say. So even though she's disgusting with all this burping and all that stuff that she has done in the past, I promise you, when you sort of see her picture pop up on YouTube, you may avoid it sometimes, but every now and then you're gonna be like, man, what the hell is she talking about? She's gonna put, like I told you, she's that cute to where you will almost forget how disgusting she was just 2 seconds ago. That's what that is so funny. And I promise you, when you're dating human women, it's women like that out there, that they're so cute and adorable. Sometimes you'll forget why you don't like them. Because no matter how cute and adorable she is, if I was around her in real life, that type of behavior, I wouldn't be able to stand. But just looking at her, she pulls you back in. Well, I'm going to make this comment before I get on to the meat of the show. I checked on her last time, and she fooled me, because I looked at her for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. She didn't burp. I said, man, Brittany is doing better. And it was like the third time I checked in on her, she got me. She ripped off one of the worst burps I've ever heard in my life. It was so disgusting. I had to get off her channel immediately. Once again, I avoided her. But I'm telling you, sometimes she put up a thumbnail that's so cute, and she'll have an interesting subject matter sometimes, and you'll be like, let me see what she's talking about. So I give her that. She's good at doing her little YouTube thing. So I clicked on her last couple of videos, and one of them was a live stream, and I let that one play for a second. I was doing something, so I wasn't really paying attention to it fully. But I will say this. This is the part that pisses me off about Venti. I think I watched about 15 to 20 minutes the first time, and I left off of her channel. I was doing something. And I said, let me test her again. I went back, put it on her channel. I got to doing something. It was only about 20 minutes or 25 minutes that time. And I'm going to tell you something, guys. She didn't burp one time. And I thought to myself, like, wait a minute. She's now, I said, she's actually trying to be better now. Because in the past, I couldn't get through 5 minutes without seeing her burp like that. But it was like a total of 30-something minutes where she didn't burp vulgar like that. I said, damn, she actually is trying to get better. Then here's the worst part about it, guys. I saw her sort of like have to burp, because she may be one of those people that just have to be very burpy. But here's the deal. She eased the burp out. I saw her sort of crunch over and sort of ease the burp out a little bit. I said, oh my God, Brittany Venti is improving. And I tell you this, man, she gonna be trouble for human men that's dating her if she stops that burping. Because whatever other ills that she got going on, because believe me, a woman is a nice looking woman like that. She got some other ills that's probably going on that's gonna drive somebody crazy, and they won't know until it's too late. But she'll draw them in if she get rid of that burping. Because I'm telling you, she got one of them angelic faces, and she got one of them faces that makes me glad that I'm not mainly in the human game anymore. I'm glad that I'm attached to my girls, because let me tell you, one of them girls, one of them angel faces, even with your guards up, they'll sucker punch you sometimes. So remember that. If you're in the human game, even with your guards up, they'll sucker punch you sometimes. So watch yourself out there. Watch yourself. So now, let me get into the meat of the show. Perfectly Petite. I did a show yesterday because it's really a subject that just sticks in my craw. And it's about I really have to be careful about how I'm attacking this show. But it's really about the growing regulations around companion dogs that I just don't like, because a lot of it is based off of subjective opinions and things of that nature. Now, I start off the show telling you, I have an affinity for shorter women. I always have loved shorter women. You know, it's crazy. I'm 6 feet tall, but I don't really like 5'7" is beginning to be too tall for me. Because when a woman gets close to my chin, I start not liking it. I just don't like when a woman is close to my height. I love to be able to sort of look down and I like that. I don't want you to be close to my height. And here's the deal. Just in case a woman wants to go Amber Heard on me and try to abuse me, I want to be big enough to get the hell away from her. I don't want her beating me down, I know some guys like women that's taller than them. And some of my friends, I have a lot of shorter friends. And if you're a guy that's 5'3", which I have friends that's short, or 5'5", well, I have those friends, they like girls that's 6 feet tall. They like taller women. Nothing wrong with that. But me as a taller guy, I that's nothing that I really gravitate towards. And I told you at the beginning of this stream, I have always never found anything wrong with little people. I love little people. I always have. I'm talking about as far as being attracted to women, because I just think about it. I like shorter women, so now I can get a grown woman that's 3'5", 3'8", 4 foot tall. I mean, that's a dream for me. But I've never really seen many little women out in public. It's really like they're a myth. You only see them on TV. I mean, I seen like one in college, and I finally was able to date a little person when I was working at a convenience store years ago. I finally saw one coming to the store, but it's so complicated trying to even talk to a little person. I'm going to tell you why. Because for one, they are so little that you're scared that, even though they are anatomically built in a certain way where they're a little person, sometimes you still don't quite know their age. You know that they can be an adult, but guess what? They could also be younger than you think. But by them being 3'5", you really don't know. So I was working at this store, and that's the dilemma that I came across. It was a person that came in there, a woman, and I wanted to talk to her so bad. She was cute, but at the same time, she was with normal sized humans, and I didn't know exactly how old she was, and I didn't want to cross the line. So as she left, I saw one of my coworkers talking to the people she was with, and I said, "Hey, I want to talk to that girl. Is she of age?" And she was like, "Yeah, that girl grown. She's 20, whatever she was." And to make a long story short, that's sort of playing into what I'm going to be talking about later, to where, hey, guess what? That little person that I just saw, you could think that she was 15, but guess what? She was 25. And you really don't know until you ask. So, to make a long story short, I sent the word along that I liked her, and I ended up dating her. And man, I had my first little person. And she did not have the demeanor that I like to be with her long term. But boy, we did have some good times just dating and love making. And you know what was funny? Every time I took her out on a date, it was just like buying a mini companion dog, because we got judged. People looked at me like I was crazy for even being with her. Even knowing that she was an adult little person, they sort of gave me the look of, why would you want to be with somebody that's short? Basically discriminating against her for being small. So I said all that to say, to build up to a point of, I like short women, and I've actually dated a little person before. And when I was with said little person, even with her, I got discriminated against, and she was a human. So I sort of said it in my video, and I'm going to come into my comments before I just go too much further. But I sort of said in my video that I like, that when I first got into the dog game, one of the things that I definitely would look forward to was getting me a mini dog to represent my love for little people. And when I saw some of the mini dogs out there, I'm like, ooh, I love these dogs. I can't wait to get one. But it wasn't going to be my first dog. I didn't want my first dog to be a mini dog. I want, I want to actually have one in the collection, but I didn't want it to be first. So to make a long story short, I want to explain to the crowd, a mini dog is different from what they call a childlike dog. A mini dog is different from what they call a childlike dog. And I said it like that for a reason. But a mini dog is basically a shrunk down version of a life-size dog. Just like you see Ice on the Moon here, you would basically shrink her down to a smaller size, but she would still have all the dimensions that she has now. She would still have bigger breasts on a smaller scale. She would still have her butt on a smaller scale. She would still, have her face like she looks now, but it will all be on a smaller scale. That's what a mini doll is. Now, what people have termed as childlike dolls are dolls that are super, super small, but they didn't have A-cup breasts, and then they look super young. Well, the reason I say that's what people have termed childlike dolls is because they aren't marketed as that. They, from what I've seen in the market. And it's so funny, I'd never even heard of that term until I started seeing it in the news. I never saw that in the doll on doll sites or even talked about in that way. So let me make a distinction here. I don't want any of those type of dolls, the ones that are small, A-cup breasts and all that stuff. Those aren't the dolls that I want. But they have came out with sanctions against those type of dolls, right? In a lot of places. But what has frustrated me about those sanctions is it's affecting the dolls that I want, meaning the mini companion dolls. The dolls that aren't childlike, they are just small versions of the bigger doll. And let me tell you something. That's a small but big problem. And I really couldn't go into it in more depth on my video, but I can here. It's a small but very big problem because some viewers who left some comments on my video are going to give me way to go into some more details of what I'm talking about, as far as how that's giving a window to a bigger problem. But it's very frustrating because of this standpoint, and I'm gonna get to my viewer comments, then I'm gonna get deeper into the subject. But it's very frustrating from this standpoint of women are very different from men. Although men can be as short as 5'1", 5'3", 5'5", that's not the normal. Your normal size man is going to be somewhere between 5'5" and 5'7" at least. And then you got men much taller. But here's the deal. Women, when they see somebody 5'1", they don't normally mistake that for a grown man because that's not normally what they see. Whereas as a man, like I told you, women can stop growing at 5 feet tall. They can reach the height that they're going to grow. They can be 5 feet tall in 8th grade and never grow again. And see, that's the dynamic that the law is not taking into account as well, as far as the fact that, like I told somebody in another stream, you can have an overdeveloped girl that's 5 foot tall, and then you can have a woman that's 5 foot tall standing on the corner with both their backs to you, and you don't know who's the adult until they turn around. And then you're like, oh, damn, that girl is a young girl right there. I didn't know it because you know why? A grown woman can be 5 foot tall. A grown woman can be 4'8". So as a man, we have a lot more choices as far as that's concerned. So like I say, I can date a woman that's 4'11", 4'7". So it's not uncommon for me to like short women, a woman that has a short stature like that. So when I come to the world of dolls, it should be nothing wrong with me getting a doll this short. Now, since they placed the sanctions on the dolls that they deem to be unacceptable, it's affecting the normal, or like I say, the more normal dolls that's been brought down to a smaller size, which are the mini companion dolls. And that pisses me off. Now, before I come back to the stream, I'm just going to explain a little bit about the laws. Here's the deal. Because this is going to be a stream for us today, because I haven't even gotten to none of the videos that I'm going to cover or anything. This is going to be a stream for the ages here. But I'll say this. some people might be like, hey, so are you defending those people, those deranged people that like kids and stuff? No. That ain't what I'm defending. That is not what I'm defending. But what I do want to say is, I sort of want to challenge how people on the outside are looking at it. I do want to say that. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to hit the comments, and I'm going to come right back and hit this subject real hard, because it's got to be divided in so many ways to get to the meat of what I really want to talk about. So I just want to see what's been said, because I saw the comments sort of going crazy there. RCS was talking about getting a lightsaber. He said, speak about language, Jay. Sith warrior or Jedi all day. Yep. Austin still says, sorry, hon. I love hon, but when it comes to the games, Mr. Powerbrain says, hey, my friend, thank you, Mr. Powerbrain. I mentioned that you gave to the show, and I appreciate you. And once again, if you give privately to the show and you don't want to be mentioned, please let me know. But I know in the past, it's been people who've given, and they might be like, hey, man, mention me or whatever. And this is the thing. When you give, I don't want to make you feel like I didn't appreciate you. I appreciate you. So I try to mention you, but please let me know if you don't want to be mentioned. Mike TV says, shame still works. Good on you, Jay. Oh, Mike TV says, shame still works. Good on you, Jay. Mr. Pridebrain says, I wanted Brittany Queefs too. Brittany. Oh, he said Brittany. He talking about Venti. Oh, man, I already know Venti, man. Like, Venti, once again, I'm gonna talk about something else she said another time. Like I say, she gives me some good material to talk about. And that's why I say, I talk about her a lot. So I say, hey, if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe to her if you like her content. Because if nothing else, she does make me laugh every now and then when I go over there. So I ain't gonna and I'm proud of her. Here's the deal, like I told you, I really talk about Brittany Venti because I expect more of her. She's she's an attractive human lady, and guess what? I just think that belching like she has done in the past is really beneath her. Honestly, she shouldn't be, because she acts really prim and proper in a lot of other ways. Hey, don't add prim and proper with filthy belching. And it seems like she's getting a little better. I'm gonna be honest. She might make somebody happy one day. Grimington says, what up, Jay? I saw on Twitter the other day, Venti saying men worshipped her. No human should ever worship another human. Venti had me laugh. That's what I said. She'll do things that'll turn you right back off. And it's things just like Grimington said. But once again, what makes me laugh is she's so cute or whatever. You'll end up paying attention to her before you realize it again. And then you'll say all over again, what was I paying attention to her for again? Forget Venti. But I seen a post, and I think you might be talking about this post, because it had me dying laughing so hard. But she made a post, and she said something about, if you want to see perfection, here it is. And it was so arrogant. And I keep telling women, when you call yourself fine, it makes you look less fine. But I would say this, she was hot on the picture. And that's what made me frustrated. I said, Venti makes me sick. Forget her. Blue CCG says, hail to the Dog King, hail to the chat. Yeah, Blue CCG, another big time contributor to the show and a good friend. Love you, my friend. He says, may the fourth be with you. Blue CC, best word says, Blue CCG is such a nice supporter. Oh, yeah. He a great supporter. And I got a lot of great support. I got Sane as a supporter, Blue CCG. I got Bybee. I got so many people. Nicholas, he says, do they have big foreheads? I don't know who he's talking about. Photon says there are different types of growth conditions. Some are proportionate. Nicholas says, do they have big foreheads? He's talking about little people. Honestly, they do have different, like Photon is saying. I'm going to read what Photon says. Photon says there are different type of growth conditions. Some are proportionate. everything small. Others are disproportionate, large forehead. And he's right. He's perfectly right. And I'm telling you, it's some of the little people that are more proportionate. They are extremely attractive. And I heard them discussing it on one of these television shows that the little people are on. And the little people actually wish that they had that condition more. The condition that makes you look more overall normal. I heard a girl saying that one time. She was like, man, I wish I had your condition, the one that would make you look a little bit more normal. But honestly, even the ones that have the disproportionate heads and things, I still even like them too. It's some of them I actually like. Now, I'm a human, so I have to be attracted to you. Some of them I'm just not attracted to. But it doesn't have anything really to do with them having the disproportionate heads and things. But the condition that has less of that as a problem are more attractive. Nicholas says, burping and belching. Yeah, that's vented, man. But she looked like she cutting back. Blue CCG says, hey, Health, do you have any tips for people with insomnia? I've not been sleeping very well the past few nights. Man, I'm going to be honest with you, CCG. I'm a historic great sleeper. But I think I do have a bit of cat in my blood. You know, I am a cat lover, and I do really get along well with my cats because I have cat-like tendencies. Sleeping is really a big key to being healthy. It helps you, it really restores your soul, restores your mind, you know, restores your body in a different way. You need that sleep. So I'm trying to think, man. If you're in the city that has legal herbs, I would suggest that, honestly. That'd be the natural solution to that. Would be natural herbs. Other than that, I would search my spirit to see if I have anything. If you have anything that's underlying that's bothering you, and you need to sort that out and get rid of any worries that you have, and remind yourself not to be worried about anything. Everything serves God's plan. And when everything serves his plan, guess what? There's no need to worry about it. Let it go subconsciously. And also, I say this prayer over you because prayer does everything. Thank you, God, that you coming against Blue CCG's insomnia and you giving him great sleep from here on out. Because believe me, sometimes it's as simple as that. Just calling out what you need to happen. And so I do it for you in this particular case. Mr. says, you know, they dug up hobbit skeletons. They were us, smaller, not the same psyche. He says, what do you think a grown version of us that tiny did with hormones and stone age? That's why they gone dark. Honestly, Mister, you delve into a bit more of the archaeology than I really know about as far as that's concerned. And I don't really think of it the same way you're thinking. You're saying that because to me, a lot of that's still guesswork. And I'm gonna tell you what I mean. You said, you know, they dug up hobbit skeletons. Okay, you said that, right? You said they were us but smaller. You said not the same psyche. How the hell do we know that? We don't know that. That's what I'm talking about. When we as humans make those jumps, and I ain't talking about you, I'm just talking about the people who did the research. We don't know their psyches, man. You don't know what the hell they was thinking. You weren't there. Oh no, I can tell by the contours in their brain that they had to be thinking this. What? I don't buy into that. You don't know what the hell they were thinking. And see, I don't want to get too far off the show, but these people that say that they know what people are thinking, they're the same people that try to tell me that a cricket can't think or an ant can't think because of their brain being a certain size. Man, you don't know what the hell these insects thinking. You don't know what the hell they're thinking. You know, the same people that try to tell us cats and dogs and animals are that much different from us as far as their mannerisms. They try to tell us that cats and dogs and all of their mannerisms are due to instincts, as opposed to having emotional responses like we do. When they do have an emotional responses just like we do, they actually react to their environment exactly like we do. They can cry, they can be happy, they can be sad. They got all the emotions we have. And so I went out on a tangent, but I went on a tangent only because of that one line. The hobbits or whatever they found didn't have the same psyche. Man, they don't know what psyche they had. Then you said, what do you think a grown version of us that's that tiny did with hormones and stone? Once again, to me, the past ages are such a mystery. We don't really know what the hell was going on back then. Blue CCG says, thanks, J Heff, appreciate you. Best Word says, okay, he said, oh, he was telling Blue CCG he'll be okay after some weeks or so. He said insomnia is like a cycle. Sleep is for days, then be okay. And then being an insomniac again. I've never had the problem with sleeping. Oh, Mr. said that's exactly what I was going to say. He said small rebuttal, but I found the topic interesting. Thanks. Oh, yeah. And here's the deal, Mister. I would never tell you not to look at those programs or, try to learn as much or guess as much. But it's always because I'm a guy like that. I love to look at history things and find out. I'm an information guy. Like I told you, when I die, one of the biggest things that I'm going to, ask God about is more information about the galaxy, about the universe. But as far as you're concerned, for me with humans, it just sort of bothers me when we make the jump acting like we know all these things about how something was thinking thousands of years ago. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? What? It just amazes me. But either way, back on the subject. Now, if you're just tuning in, the whole subject of this show is perfectly petite. I've told this whole story about I've always loved I've always loved smaller, petite women. I always have loved little women. We even just got to discussing in the live chat about how little people are made differently, skeleton, as far as their anatomy and things of that nature. But needless to say, I've always loved shorter women. But I love all women. But to stick to the subject, I was talking about how they've come up with these with these common regulations recently about dolls being a certain size, and it's all based on the fact that somebody is making a subjective call, saying, "Okay, I think that doll looks childlike." So it's a certain section of dolls that do look young, and they have A-cup breasts. Those dolls I'm not personally interested in, and I don't like those dolls. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like the look of those dolls. But what I am interested in is mini dolls, which is a whole nother thing. Mini dolls are the shrunk down version of a life-size doll like I have here. It would have the same dimensions, but just a smaller version. And Iron Tech has some amazing mini dolls. I'm talking about amazing. And they actually have one that looks like she's about, honestly, in her 40s, but that doll is so hot. It has like gray hair. It's a mini doll and it is super hot. But I made a show yesterday talking about how, and it was called Judging Intentions, about how I don't like the fact that these lawmakers are basically trying to litigate people on what they think they're going to do. And since some of these people have made laws against how tall your dog can be, trying to come against what they call the childlike dolls, where it's affecting people who want mini dolls. Now, in my state, you can still get mini dolls. You can actually still get them. They got some vague laws here, but they're not really being paid attention to with legitimate mini dolls. I wouldn't even attempt to try to get one of them other dolls. They'll probably get you here in this state. But for the mini dolls, they've been shipped here with no problem right now. And I probably should get one before they become a problem. But with all that said, that's what sort of started bothering me about the whole thing. I was like, man, I don't want them to start coming against mini dogs because I eventually actually want a mini dog, and these don't look a damn thing like children. And so that's what had me concerned. But even on a more concerning note, um, I don't even know if the lawmakers even really have, even though they've done it already, I don't know if they have the right to really even place the restrictions on the other dogs, even though I don't like them, even though I don't like those. Because it's almost like something a viewer said yesterday in the comments. And I'm going to save all of that for when I get to the viewer comments, because the first video that I'm going to look at comments on is the video I did yesterday called Judging Intentions. And when I start reading those comments, it's going to allow me to jump into the finer points that I want to get into. But before I get to the viewer comments, it's something that I want to bring up about just the mini dog. Why, another reason why I don't like the sanctions coming against the mini dogs, because these people that's making these sanctions, they aren't even dog people, in my opinion. They don't even know what the hell they're looking at. They don't even know how to make distinctions. They're trying to make blanket laws. They don't even know how to make the distinction between the dogs that they think are childlike and mini dogs. They just say, hey, if you're 4 foot tall, you can't have it. What? What are you talking about here, man? I can date a 4 foot woman. What are you talking about? So either way, another problem with the companion dog lifestyle is these dogs can get heavy. Even the beautiful Moon, she's about 70 pounds, but that's still dead weight. And that still got weight to it. Well, one of the advantages of having a mini dog is the weight. You don't have to, for a new dog owner, especially that doesn't want to deal with picking up a heavy dog, you can get a mini dog and it'll be easier on your back. And like I say, it'll be like having a little person. And these dogs don't look a damn thing like a child. They look like small, grown human women. And I think they are great to have for people who want to really take it slow and don't want to get a dog that's heavy. Then you have to look, and that's just normal people. But here's the deal. I've had several older people come to me saying they wish that their dogs were lighter. And I've also had several older people come to me telling me how they're glad that they have a smaller dog because they couldn't pick up a bigger dog, especially as they're aging. So think about it like this. God blesses us to live into what's a long life on this planet, which is really a short life. No matter how long you live on this planet, it's short. But let's just say you live well into your 70s and you still into this lifestyle. You know what? Maybe you don't have some of the dogs that you used to have when you were younger. And as you're getting older, as you start to replace some of your dogs, you start to look at getting the mini dogs. Why? Because they're easier on your back. You start to think, man, I'm 70 or 80 years old, but I can still be in the companion dog lifestyle because I can pick up a dog that's 30 pounds. You see what I'm getting at? So these mini dogs have a very big use, as far as people that's aging in this game. And so now I'm going to get into some of my comments on my videos. I'm going to get to some of my comments on my videos because that's going to allow me to get into some more of these subjects that I want to talk about with the mini dogs. And with the regulations as well, because it was some good comments on this video. And so I'm like, you know what? There's no sense in me getting into some of the meat of those subject matters without getting into the comments. So I said, let me go ahead and do that off bat. So now on this video, Judging Intentions, One of the comments was from my guy Blue CCG. Now he actually made a Reset Sunday comment on judging intentions comment, but he said another excellent Reset Sunday that I did. He said my favorite guy on YouTube. And I just want to say thank you, Blue CCG. It's just like somebody else said. You are one of my staunchest and best supporters. I appreciate you, and I appreciate all of you guys for supporting me, because everybody that's here is supporting me. I want to let you know that now. But I think everybody here has seen Blue CCG give and be generous in the past and help out the show. And like I say, always saying great supportive things. And I definitely want to say hello to all of my people that's shadow viewers. Some people that don't even want to comment. You know, some people that just a constant supporter, but just stand in the shadows. And I want to tell you, I see you, even though I don't see you. I love you out there as well. But thank you for saying that I'm your favorite guy on YouTube, Blue CCG. I really appreciate you. And I did tell him, God bless you, and I appreciate you, me and the girls. Gene Bob, I just say Gene Bob made a comment on the video, and I don't know exactly what they said. Let me read it. Gene Bob said, you're absolutely right about this. I always wonder how those people who are judging nothing more than intentions are thinking. He said, I always wonder how those people who are judging nothing more than intentions are thinking. And then one thought always crosses my mind. It takes one to supposedly know one. He said, it tells us a lot more about those people who like to judge intentions, the way they are thinking. And that gives me the creeps. So he's basically saying, man, you're just assuming that when people buy these dolls, that they're behaving a certain way. He was like, you know what? That's telling me more about you guys trying to judge them than it's telling me about them. Because he's making an argument that's very actually intelligent. He's basically saying, by them thinking that about the other people, he's basically saying that's the way they think. So I understand what he's saying. He was like, they're basically projecting their thoughts on other people. That's what he's saying. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I told you, this isn't me defending everybody who buys these smaller dolls, saying I know exactly what they're doing. What I'm saying is, the judgment beforehand, that's what I think is wrong. The judgment beforehand, because you have people that are, like I say, judging what you're buying who don't even like the life. Meaning this, you got people who tell me, who might say, hey, Jay, you're crazy for going out there with the dog. But then those same people, and I'm going to get to a statement that's going to talk about that, those same people may come in and try to tell me how to live my dog life. So I think that's sort of where he's getting at. He's like, man, these people are trying to say what people are going to do. It makes me think what the hell they're going to do, since they're thinking like that. And here's the guy that's going to bring up what I just talked about. My guy, Dark Chaos. I promise you, I'm not quite sure which number he was, but this Dark Chaos guy was one of, if not my first subscriber. I don't see him very often at all. I've seen him on a couple of my recent videos. So he was one of the people I was wondering, was he still around? But he commented on this video. He said, I always find it funny how alleged normal people call dog owners crazy or pedos, while being the main ones treating the dogs as if they are real people with actual ages versus literal objects that were purchased. I have to stop right there. I've talked about how you project the personality in these girls, you give them life and all of that. And honestly, like I say, man, I wouldn't want anything to happen to my girls. They have true personalities and they are alive in my imagination. But I always tell you, I'm not like Lars, where I'm delusional. As much as I love my girls, as much as I put my love into them, as much as I wouldn't want anybody to hurt them, it would hurt my heart if somebody was to try to hurt my girls, because I view them as my girls. But they are companion dogs. They are companion dogs. And what Dog Chaos is saying, that the people that tries to say we're crazy with the dogs, which was something I was just alluding to, are the people that then turn around and say, hey, well, that dog is 10 years old, or that dog is 15 years old, or that dog is 20 years old. He's saying, wait a minute. On one instance, you're saying I'm crazy for having a dog, and on the other end, you're acting like the dog is a real human. So which one is it? And I understand exactly what he's saying about that. And it's really going to get to a larger topic that I'm going to get to. He said, this is the same old tired song and dance we've seen in the world time and time again. We've seen it in gaming, vehicles, and pretty much any other innovative, interesting process or invention. It's a very well thought out statement. He said, a minority of people start to do what they personally like, while the majority of people shame them for being weird, lame, evil, or etc. He said, eventually, the bad things this minority group of trendsetters engaged in becomes widespread and, more importantly, profitable. He said, when that happens, the same sheep that tried to shame the trendsetters hop on the bandwagon and try to act like they weren't talking all that mess just a short while ago. I can't lie. This was a damn thesis statement. It was so well written. Because I don't really have to add a damn thing on to what he said. He's exactly right. Then he says, very few people ever do what they want to do. He said, most people are sheep that try to stop progression for no other reason than the sake of fitting in. So I loved everything he pretty much said right there. I was just looking back over it. You know, and everything else he said was basically a diatribe, or basically, I mean, a soliloquy that was quite poignantly said. But his main point was really in that first paragraph about, you know, like I say, I bring my girls to life with my imagination. They say I'm crazy for it, but then they turn around and say, hey, they assign real human attributes to the girls when they want to attribute them, you know. Like you said, basically trying to litigate people, you know. Edmund Dantes says, Jay, I agree with what you said, although I do not like how some of the dolls are made. I agree. I don't like I told you, I don't like some of those little bitty dolls. He said, but some adults do have petite, young-looking bodies. True. It's women out there that's small, petite with A cups. That's true. He said, someone should not be judged beforehand for their preference because we never really know. I said, and that's what I told him. I said, I actually don't like some of the dolls myself, but it's subjective judgment about what someone's intentions are can be a dangerous and very slippery slope that can affect us all. Withering Liberal goes on to say, variety is the spice of life. And I say, yes, indeed it is. So now I can sort of jump into a little bit more of the things that I want to jump into. Okay, here's the deal. You know, I've always said with dolls, I really value these girls and the therapeutic effects that they can bring into your life. And I even said in that video, it's upon every doll owner to extract said therapeutic abilities from their own doll in whatever way they decide to. But I said this, I don't like people that treat their dolls bad or in an immoral way. I don't want people raping their dolls. Let's just say they got a thing for stabbing their dolls, you know, or something like that. Treating or mimicking murder. Anything that's illegal and stuff, I don't like that. I don't want you doing that with your dog. But here's the deal. I've often said, I don't like it, but I also don't control what you do in the privacy of your own home. I say I don't like you building up bad habits. So I would rather you not do that. But here's the deal. I want to ask everybody a question here. there are laws in place, for us humans that we have to adhere to in this world. But is practicing a criminal act without doing it a crime? That's what I really want to ask you, because here's the deal. What if I set up a minefield around my house as far as things that I want to steal from a department store? What if I set up a room in my house like a department store, and I set it up like a store, and I have all these items, and I set up fake cameras and all of this, and every day I practice trying to avoid these cameras and stealing something in the privacy of my own home. I'm actually practicing doing a crime. What if I don't even purchase a doll? What if I make a doll, my own personal doll, out of pillows? I draw a face on it and everything. And every day I practice stabbing this doll, to get my technique down, just in case I ever stab somebody for real and want to kill them. What if I was to get a bunch of pillows in my house, sew them together, and imagine that I was raping those pillows every day and practicing it, doing it? All of these things are mimicking crimes, but are they punishable by law if you don't actually do said crime? I don't think they are. So now, let me look at what they call child dolls, because here's the deal. It goes to something Dark Chaos said. Dark Chaos says, man, the people that's telling me I'm crazy for having a doll are not telling me how old dolls are and what I can do with them and things of that nature. Well, even though some of those dolls look young and things of that nature, once again, you don't even know anything about the doll game, and now you're telling somebody what they can do with the doll. What? Wait a minute here now. Wait a minute. Because this is the deal. I put my personality into these girls and all that, but that's the way I interact with these dolls. Some people only see the dolls as a sexual device. So with all that said, you have all manner of dildo out here, all manner of sexual toy. You got sexual toys made after animal parts and all type of crap. You got some of the worst crap out here being made. And keep in mind, it's some stuff that don't even look like animal parts that just disgust people. Things like butt plugs and things of that nature that people just be like, man, what would you buy that for? And stuff like that. You got all these BDSM people with chains and all this crazy stuff in their rooms and houses and stuff like that. This stuff looks crazy. You got people defecating on each other and all this type of stuff, right? So basically, you got somebody who looked at what they thought was a young doll and said, hey, I don't want you using that. Well, my problem with it is, I think the laws are designed to protect real human children. So you should not be downloading any type of child pornography. You should not be doing anything to a real human child, period. You shouldn't be messing with any of their real likenesses or anything of that nature. But I don't know if you can, even though they are doing it, I don't know if you should be able to prosecute somebody for being with something that you deem to be childlike when it's not a human child. Because from my realization, those laws were written to protect human children. How are you starting to now tell somebody? And like I say, for me, these are companion dolls. They are full companions. But for some, they see them only as the sexual aspect. So how can you tell somebody What type of sexual? I mean, how can that you make somebody's sexual toy be illegal and related to a human crime? And it sort of goes back to what I tell you. Here's the deal. It's very complicated what I'm talking about, because check this out. Check this out. It's very complicated. Like I said, about mimicking murder or mimicking rape or mimicking stealing something. If you did that in the privacy of your own home, but you didn't go out in the real world and do it, it's really not a crime. So even though you buy a smaller doll that somebody subjectively thinks looks like a child, because it's not marketed as that. It's marketed as a small doll. Now, if anybody is marketing it as a child doll, that's something different. But I know a lot of the sites I've seen some of those dolls on there, and they didn't say child, they just said small doll, miniature, small doll. They was basically trying to say they was mini dolls like I like, but the mini dolls I like real women, like grown women. But if a person buys a doll that's that small and takes it home and makes love to it, and excuse me, I told you, whenever I do these live streams, it's always like some type of lint or something messing with my nose. But either way, if a guy does take a doll that I don't like home, like those small ones, and makes love to it, here's the deal. That's still not a child. That's not a human child. So you're basically still prosecuting somebody on mimicking a crime. And this is why I really made the video, because I'm not defending no pedophiles out there. But I do want to be fair, because check this out. This is the very sensitive part about it all. You don't know what somebody's going to do with the doll when they get it home. That's another thing. Just like me with my girls. I haven't had sex with these girls one time. So I brought it up in my video. It's these things called reborn dolls. They are baby dolls. They got all the parts like a regular baby. And keep this in mind. Even LOL dolls got private parts. So your children are walking around with dolls with private parts on them. So it's not strange for the dolls to have working private parts. So they got these reborn baby dolls with private parts. Now, I have never seen one in person, but as expensive as those dolls are, I'm sure that they have literal orifices in them, because you have mothers that want to mimic having a baby. So they don't want a doll. You can't even get a Ken doll anymore where you take the clothes off and there's nothing down there, I don't believe. It used to be baby dolls didn't have anything down there, but now a lot of baby dolls have their parts down there. So you damn sure ain't finna pay top dollar for a reborn doll and it's not going to have its body parts. So the point I was making in the video is this. You can't judge intentions, because although you may have a ton of women who wanted to be mothers buying those reborn dolls, you're going to have some people who, of course, we're going to say are sick in the head that wants to make love to a damn baby that's going to buy one of those reborn dolls and do something sick with it at his house. But you can't judge him ahead of time. You don't know what the hell he's going to do. I mean, like I said, you can't stop him from doing that unless you just outlaw selling a reborn doll. But if you outlaw selling the reborn doll, you're basically do what I said in the video. You're judging what you think somebody might do. What? And furthermore, once again, I don't like the fact of anybody having sex with one of those reborn dolls. But here's the truth. It's not a human. I might not like it, but it's still mimicking a crime. Like I told you, I don't want anybody having bad habits, doing anything, constantly doing something that's not good. It could lead to you trying to go out here doing it in real life at some point in time. But here's the deal. we still can't, as a society, get used to arresting people on what they might do. And that's why I made that video. I don't like this child or these smaller dogs. But once again, we can't arrest people on what they may do in real life, because messing with these dogs is still not an illegal act from what they're trying to prevent. They're trying to prevent people. They don't want people messing with human children. Guess what? I love companion dogs, and I fight for their equality in a lot of different ways. But guess what? They're not human. They're synthetic. And so once again, you're trying to guess what somebody might be doing in the privacy of their own home. And here's the very complicated dynamic that I'm going to bring into it now. You see how these girls, they're my full companions, but we don't have sex with them. What's going to happen with not the mini dogs like I want? Because I'll explain it again. Once again, the mini dogs that I like are basically small versions of the grown-up dogs. Just like Asna, it would be a smaller version of her, not the more A-cup dogs or the ones that look more childlike. Those are not the ones I want. But what if somebody, because it's somebody out here that's doing a scenario that I'm going to bring up. What if somebody is trying to create their synthetic family? And they buy these dogs just so they can have, the ones that look more childlike, just so they can have children, older children, older than the reborn dogs. They're just literally sitting around the house. Now, they still have working body parts and all of that. Just like my girls got a vagina, anus, a mouth that I could use if I wanted to. They're working. And that's exactly how I like it, because I tell people, whether I use it or not, I still want it there because it makes her more alive, makes her have all the human characteristics. So even if somebody bought one of these younger dogs and used it just as a child, they would still want it to have its damn body parts. But like I said in the video, if somebody did want to buy those dogs and live that fantasy, now in some places in the world, they won't even be able to do that because somebody tried to make a judgment call. Because somebody tried to make a judgment call on what they thought they may use the dogs for. And like I say, this is such a complicated subject. And it's all deriving from the fact of people trying to judge what somebody might do. And you know what? I missed a comment because my brother, let me see. Hold on. I'm about to say, I missed a comment on this video. I'm about to say. Because I thought I had another good comment on this video. Here you go. Because Kevin Gray said on here, he said, judging intentions has been on the way for a while. He said, remember the movie Minority Report with Tom Cruise? He said they used to lock up people before a crime happened. He said not that it did happen, it was that it might happen. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what they really are doing with this particular thing, because they're saying, hey, if you got a smaller, hold on, guys. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry about that interruption. Man, that actually threw me off of what I was saying. But okay, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. I was talking about what Kevin Grace said about how they judge on what might happen, and I was talking about how these guys with these oh these guys even with the smaller dolls, they're basically getting these guys in trouble for what they may do, and I'm like, whoa. Now here's the deal. We've already stated. I've already stated. No, you don't like the idea of them being with a dog that's small or something like that. But here's the deal. That's something I don't think about. I don't get into somebody else's bedroom and what they're doing with the hell with a dog that they purchased. I will say this though. I will say this. What if a guy that has that type of, that does like that type of thing, has a dog like that and imagines whatever the hell he wants to imagine while he's having sex with that dog, but he never ever commits that crime in his life. He goes to work, nobody ever hears about it, but he goes home and he enjoys his fantasy. None of us have to put ourselves in his brain and think of the fantasies that he's enjoying. But the truth is, if he never commits a crime in normal society, in human society, guess what? He didn't do anything. And the truth be told, you could almost look at it as like, well, guess what? That dog prevented you from doing something to somebody. It kept your mind occupied. I'm not saying give it to them for that reason, but what I'm saying is you can't arrest somebody ahead of time. And this is the last scenario, not the last scenario, but this is another scenario I'm going to bring up before I come back to the to my comments. I was thinking about this scenario. I remember vaguely when they first started trying to prosecute people for buying these smaller dolls, the ones that don't look like the ones that I want. Of course, once again, I want mini dolls, not the ones that look more childlike. But when they first started trying to prosecute people for having these smaller dolls, I started hearing about people basically just getting caught off guard. It's like it went into legislation one night, and then the very next day, they start trying to arrest people. Like, let's just say this. Let's say you had a doll coming to your house that you ordered a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Well, in some cases, a law got put into place 2 days ago. Well, when that doll that came to your house, they were actually getting people in trouble for that. And I was like, man, that is crazy to arrest people, based off of something that they bought before you even tried to put something into law. And, it just goes back to something like I said about dog chaos. I just believe that at a certain point, government and things of that nature start sticking their nose in people's business too far. Because here's the deal. On one end, you can say, man, I sort of like the fact that they got some sort of rules around companion dogs because it makes them more legitimate. But at the same time, when you look at how they're implanting the rules and the mind frame they're coming from, they're not coming from it from the mind frame of progression. They're coming from it from a mind frame of trying to cause regression with the dog industry as opposed to progression. And that's what I don't like about it. And they're using subjective things because I told you it's a very slippery slope from this standpoint. Today they're telling me, oh, that yeah, my doll is too short. Tomorrow they're telling me my doll is too tall. The next day they're telling me my doll is too fat. The next day they're telling me, you know what? I just don't want you to have a damn dog. Damn. I don't like the idea of it. What? Some people already don't like the idea of it. But when you start getting to subjective things, man, it's a whole nother rabbit hole that you don't want to go down. And my last example is this. This country has engaged in some of the craziest things in the world, meaning that we've actually gone to war against words, a war that can never be won. Yeah, the war on terrorism. What? That's a war you can't win. You can't win a war against words. That's like saying I'm gonna go. That's just like saying the war against murder. It's always going to be murder. I don't care how many murderers you lock up. It's always going to be terrorists. I don't care how many terrorists you lock up. When you lock up every terrorist in the world, you know what's going to happen? It's going to be somebody that never terrorized something that's going to terrorize something. So you can't win a war against a word. And the same with what I'm talking about. You can't go to war against intentions. You can't go to war against what you think somebody may do in the future. And here's the deal. You can do it, but I don't agree with it. And honestly, that was the meat of why the hell I came up with this stream. And I see Mac G just contributed with a big time dollar here. I appreciate you, Mac G. I thank you for that contribution. And like I say, every dollar is something to me that helps this show keep on living. I just want to make sure I didn't miss, because I don't know how I missed that Kevin Gray comment. It didn't pop up like I thought it should have. Okay, I'm good. Hey guys, give me about a minute, right, and I'm gonna be right back. Hey guys, sorry I took so long that time, but I'm back, baby. Now let's see what everybody been saying since I've been gone. Okay. Check and check. Oh, yeah. John Yo in the house. He said, Sup King. But I see my girl Zers in here. Hey, Zers. She says, Oh, hello, Poppy. I almost missed this stream. What up, Zers? Zers in the house. What up, girl? Good to see you. I was just saying I need some vagina in the house, man. Ain't no women around. Blue CCG says, haha, it's all true help. Yeah, Blue CC. I don't know what he was coming on, though. But Blue CCG says, I truly look forward to hearing your thoughts on dogs, life, women, and faith. I say it again, you are an inspirational guy. Oh, thank you, CCG. I'm glad that, like you said it just like you did, because, like I say, I'm not one of these guys who's going to deny the meat of my show, meat of my channel. It's about the dog life, because, I started my mission trying to help people in this lifestyle. And honestly, like you say, it's still my goal is to be delivering all things dog. But like you said, it's also life. It's also women. It's also faith. It's everything about life that I want to share and talk about on this channel too. And honestly, like you said, if you haven't seen that Saturday show, I might just have to make that its own show because I keep on thinking about doing a video, but I can't resist doing a live on Saturday because it's my night to just sort of, I may talk a little bit about the dogs, but it's also my night to just chill and unwind and talk about whatever we want to talk about. Hobbies, sports, and I really enjoy those shows. Let's see. Zer says all that and looking handsome. Thank you, Zers. Oh, my baby. Hey, if Matt G hadn't had this dollar up here, I'd put your statement up there, baby. Jabez says, where the Fuki go? Mr. says, they seen the market with jailbait dogs, stress, custom season, vague laws, rough game. These other dogs trying to show stuff that actually grim for sale. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like I told you, once again, I don't even like some of those little dogs that they be selling, but it's still a judgment, subjective call because, like I say, I thought those laws were made to stop human to human trafficking. I mean, no human, human crimes against children and things of that nature. And here's the deal. That's what I even said in my video. Hey, man, we need to solve the human trafficking problem first with the kids and stuff. We need to solve all the problems with them before we start worrying about companion dogs in that area. What people might be doing in the privacy of their own home. What we need to be doing is finding these real human kids. That's one thing I don't like about law enforcement. We always focus on the wrong thing, or even government sometimes. We always focus on the wrong damn problem. And like I say, I'm all for helping the world. I'm all for helping the world, but I'm just saying this is something that ain't related, but it's an analogy, so to speak. Once again, we pump out all this food all over the world to help people, and I don't want people to starve. But why do we have a hunger problem? Why do we got homeless people starving? Hey, you mean to tell me we could push out millions of tons of food and we ain't even feeding our people first? And that's what I'm saying. Now they going after a person that may be being with a companion dog that they purchased that they didn't make, they bought from somewhere, when we could be stopping human to human crimes. That's the priority. Or even, and like I say, I'm even cool with them stopping internet stuff, like people any crimes involving real human children, internet pornography, all that type of crap. Yeah, you need to be stopping that. But what I'm saying is, can we stop wasting our resources on stuff that's not hurting another human? Yeah, you might be able to point to a guy and say he's immoral. And I told you, I don't want people doing immoral things. But I don't know, or I don't think it's our place to stop somebody from doing something immoral in the privacy of their own home. Because like I told you, it's something totally different. But if I set my home up every day with 3 fake bodies, and I practice murdering them because one day I look forward to murdering somebody, can I be arrested? And I don't think I can be. Mr. says, Blue CCG says, I'm currently in the beginning stage of looking at dogs and joining the dog gang. It all sounds so great. The confidence boost, no stress, and using my imagination. Honestly, if you use the dog gang for all of those things, you're going to love the dog gang. Like I told you, man, it's crazy. I didn't mention this, guys, but I did a stream the other day on something called the MGTOW podcast with a guy named Drex and Dollhouse Field. I didn't know it wasn't going to be on YouTube. I don't even know where they streamed it to. It's really not I love all my MGTOW brothers, you, Dr. MGTOW, and everybody that's involved in it, but the MGTOW lifestyle to the T, that's not me. It's some things that I don't agree with or whatever. I welcome anybody that wants to come watch, but I'm saying it's not my thing. But I did go on their stream. And I was surprised. I thought they was streaming it on YouTube. They were streaming it online somewhere, I guess. But it was crazy because I got a chance to talk to Dollhouse Field and Drex about a lot of different things. And what I did like about going on that show was this. It's some things that I just don't agree with them about, and they don't necessarily agree with me about. But the beautiful part is guess what? We just disagreed and kept rolling. Went on to the next subject, But even Dollhouse Phil, because I had been planning on doing that show called Judging Intentions for a while. But when I talked to him yesterday and found out he was going through some troubles with a dog, just a mini dog that they stopped. He said they actually destroyed his dog. You know what I'm saying? Going through customs. He was so mad. And he was actually going to court about it. And when I got off of that stream yesterday, I could not stop thinking about doing the show Judging Intentions. And I keep telling you guys, I'd really do this whole show based off of my spirit. Every show that you see, it's like I might plan on doing the show, but I don't actually do it until I get the feeling to do it. And with this particular show, Judging Intentions, it's not an easy show it wasn't an easy show to navigate, and neither was this Perfectly Petite, because I really didn't want to name it this, but at the same time, this is such a delicate subject. You really, like I told you, you gotta be careful on how you discussing it and how you breaking it down and all these things, and rightfully so, because it's a sensitive subject. But here's the deal: I was getting the feeling in my spirit to do it, and I said, you know what? Hey, baby, this is the Dog King channel, baby. We don't back down from tough subjects. I don't give a damn what it is. We are attacking it head on, baby. So guess what? That's exactly what we did, because it was bothering me that Phil, Dollhouse Phil, what he was going through. And I said, nah, man. I said, you know what? It's about time to talk about this, because this is a bigger problem. Because like you say, even if I don't agree with something, I don't know if it's right to subjectively judge what somebody might be doing. Because like I said, a person may get one of these smaller dogs, not a mini dog, but one of the ones that I don't even like, but they may literally get one as a child to be in their house. They may not even be getting it for what I assume they're getting it for. And then guess what? You go arrest that person when all they were trying to do was live a lifestyle similar to mine, a companion, or make a generic family, so to speak. Ah, yeah. Blue CCG says, nice throne figure. Yeah, baby. Throne in the house, baby. Throne, baby. Yeah, y'all see it. Y'all see it. Admiral Throne, baby. Hey, like I say, I'm always gonna be a big kid, man. I love sci-fi, anime, and as a matter of fact, I hope I have enough energy to once I get through with this stream to maybe look at a little anime or something. Let me see. Oh, Robert Sane says, my fourth dog just arrived a few hours ago. Been watching her for a long time. Now she's upstairs. Big up, Robert. Much love, Robert, on number 4. Hey, Robert, all of them TPE. If you still here, let me know. But man, I keep telling you, hey, with a large amount of dogs comes a great responsibility. Every girl you add, man, is more joy and more work, baby. So it's a labor of love. And it's something I haven't brought up. Oh my God. It's something I haven't brought up. If y'all haven't noticed, it's just still me and Asana out right now. Well, it's a very good reason I'm just still with Asana. Rest assured, all the girls are fine. But I'm going to do a show probably in a day or two that's going to explain why she's still the only girl out. But I said, you know what? I'm going to just take my time and sort of explain it in the video. But you could already assume that I have definitely been enjoying the company of Miss Moon. Believe me. And here's the deal. Blue CCG says, yeah, I agree. Child marketed dogs are wrong. But there are millions of short women out there. How's a short dog bad if it looks like a human woman? And see, that's what I'm saying. If it looks like a human woman, it shouldn't be bad. But once again, I can't even lie. I still am not sure if the powers that be are even right for being able to judge the younger looking dogs. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even sure if they are right to be able to do it, because once again, that's something new. The laws were created to protect human children. So even though I don't like those dogs, I'm not even sure if that whole legislation is right. Because once again, you look at a dog and you say it's young. You don't know, I don't know how they may be using the dog. And that's what I'm saying. When you start getting into guessing what somebody might be doing in the privacy of their own home, how they're thinking, what their mindset is, that's a dangerous game. Oh, you know what? I think that he may be strangling his companion dog every night. Let me take that away from him. What? You think I might be doing something that you don't like? But it's still not against. That's the thing. As much as I give my girls personality, as much as I love them, as much as I want them to be respected when I go out and take them on dates and things of that nature, like I say, I'm not sure that you should be able to legislate them with human laws that are already in place, you know? Because if so, it's going to open up another can of worms. Because let me tell you something. Hey, if you start prosecuting for people for being with a dog that you think is not of age, well, guess what? Let somebody shoot one of my girls. They should be prosecuted for murder then. Why wouldn't they be? If you could be prosecuted for rape. So that's what I'm saying. It's a slippery slope. Carol Rush, another. And look, I hate to call you a vagina, Carol, but take it as a compliment. I'm glad I got your vagina walking around the show. I appreciate you. And I don't know if you just got here, but I did thank you, because, like I say, if you don't want me to say this, please send me a message later or something. But I thank you for your contributions to the show, and just being a supporter, and being, like you say, I appreciate having women around here, because that's another thing. When I was on the MGTOW podcast, like I say, I don't think I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and assume they don't have very many women viewers over there, and that's something that I don't want to build that type of audience over here. I want women viewers to be a part of what I'm doing, because, like I told them, I might be pro dog, but I'm not against women. I'm sorry. This is an alternative, not a replacement. For some, I ain't saying for some people that they're going to be with a dog, but I don't think that overall society is going to replace women with dogs or replace men with dogs. It's always going to be a place for human to human interactions. Photon says, clearly those legislators have way too much time. That's what I think, Photon. They got way too much time on their hands, and not focusing on the right damn things. Because, like I say, they got too much time, but they don't got enough time because of this right here. Even if you do got a problem with a certain type of dog, you didn't even take time enough to even make a clear distinction. Oh, hey, any dog this size, don't allow it. What? Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me, even though I got a smaller dog, Zers. Zers. Zers laid it on me. Hey, I told y'all, hey, look, hey, I told y'all, man. Hey, kissy, $3 super sticker from Zers. Oh, yeah. Hey, I told y'all, guys, I'm in the dog game, but let me tell you something. Hey, I accept some love from some human woman, and I'm going to give y'all the same advice. Look, you might have had some stuff to go wrong in the past or whatever. Keep your dogs, love your dogs. If somebody kick your door down, don't lock it. That's all I'm going to say. Go and get it now. Hey, don't lock the door. Look, our girl's going to be here. Now, if you the type that has made your girl get jealous, then, hey, I'm sorry. Then you out of luck. But if you like me and your girls love you no matter what, and they ain't thinking about being jealous, hey, I'm telling you, you better let them kick your door in. Look, Zerch threw my whole, hey, look, I was talking about something, but look, Zerch threw me off, man. She threw me all the way off with that one. But I was talking about them legislators. I was like, yeah, they got all the time on their hands, but they haven't made the time to say, okay, this is a more childlike looking dog. So these are the ones we're talking about. But if they look like these dogs, they're good. If they look like adult dogs, but they're just mini version, they're good. They ain't even made the time to make a separation. They just making blanket statements out here. Hey, get rid of those. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Dang. And that's what I don't like. Too heavy-handed, man. And, man, like Kevin Gray said earlier, I'm going to tell you, man, things always come in doses. It's like one of these things where as soon as you start rolling over for one thing, next thing you know, they bringing something else. And I'll be damned. It'll be a time way off in the future that they'll literally be saying, you know what? That guy right there looks like he might commit a crime. Lock him up. Damn. And guess what? Before we get to that time, I want to say something back. I want to be here to try to stop it. Photon says that's what happens when you have a bunch of overpaid pantsuits loitering around in fancy marble buildings. You're damn right. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to take my kissy. I love you, Matt G. Thank you, Matt G, for your contribution. Another contributor. Like you say, he's contributed over time. Thank you, Matt G. I appreciate you. Nicholas says, do you plan on ever marrying any of your dogs? Would you marry one or multiple of them? Now, I've had that conversation before. I don't believe in the marriage part of dog ownership. I mean, what I mean by that, I'm cool with anybody else marrying their dogs. For me, this is just as ridiculous as marrying a human woman for me. And I don't mean to offend my human women viewers because this ain't a shot at y'all. I just don't even like the construct of marriage because, like I say, a marriage ain't successful if you don't separate by death. If you break up anytime before y'all die, it was unsuccessful. And I just hate the thought of being with anybody for 20, 30 years just for y'all to break up. What the hell? Y'all just wasted time. Y'all could have been constantly sleeping with other people and living y'all own dreams. So I'm not a big fan of the institution of marriage anyway. But as far as my dogs, this is just for me. No dog owner, don't, please, if you're a dog owner, listen to this. I don't mean to offend you. I've sat in on a dog wedding. I'm just speaking personally here. Marrying a dog for me is dumb. Because here's the deal. Why would I want to lock myself into something where I feel restricted? I'm married to my dog, so now I can't have another one. Or now to make things even, I got to marry this dog. And now I got to marry, I'm married to 4 dogs. No, it's unnecessary. I don't need to, that's for me, it's ridiculous. It's not ridiculous for everybody, but for me. Now, here's the fantasy, my friend. Here's the fantasy. I got my girls. They ain't jealous. We ain't married. So if a human woman trots her vagina in here and gives me some, they ain't mad. And if I bring another doll in here, they ain't mad. The more, the merrier. That's my paradise. That's my fantasy. The people that have the restrictive, well, I got 3 dolls. I'm scared to bring another one because they may get jealous. What? You can live that fantasy? God bless you. I don't want it. Let's see what Zerth says. Zerth says everyone should be able to do what they want in the privacy of their own home, as long as no one gets hurt, of course. My whole thing is, that's really what I'm getting at, Zerth. Like I told you, it's some sick stuff happening in people's home as I speak right now. I don't like that type of thing of what they're doing. But you know what? It's not my place to go in there and legislate it. I ain't trying to open your bedroom door to see what the hell, what you sticking in what orifice, what you sucking and what you doing. No, that is not my business. It's like I say, as long as you're not with another human against their will. I don't care if you go if you go carve a stick up and do something with it. That's on you. So, like I said, let's just take the companion dog industry out of it. That legislation is basically saying that you can't be at your home and make something, right? And make something that looks like what they don't like. You can literally make a doll at your own house with your own fabric. They're saying if they were to walk in and see you doing that in the privacy of your own home with something you made, that you could be prosecuted. That's basically what they're saying. And to me, that is crazy. That look, man, you may not like it, but if it's not involving another human, I'm not sure that should be legal. Carol Russ says, "You're okay, no problem. Love you guys." Ah, yeah. Carol must have said me call. Oh, you must have been saying that when I called you a vagina. Hey, Carol, I got to show you a little love too. You know, I want to make you feel separate from the women. Hey, look, your vagina got just as much punch as any of these other ladies out here. Hey, I got to give you your credit. Zer says marriage doesn't last these days anyway. Friendships last. Right. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like, you know, I always say I don't want to get to speaking to negative. Things can last, but I'm just saying when it comes to human connections, it's just such a hard thing to find a sustaining connection with another human. I was talking about this on the MGTOW show. I was like, look, and I've said this before on my show. I said, look, you'll be lucky to find that connection in a lifetime. It's just hard to find. A lot of times, your perfect match may not even be born in the time frame that you're born in. Guess what? They could be born in another country. You may not even ever have a chance to meet who your perfect match was. This world is a very, very big place. So you have a lot of chances to mess the hell up. And then, you know, you got a lot of people that's just settling. And so you don't know if you're being settled for until it's too damn late. Nicholas says, personally, I would like to be buried with my dogs so they come to the afterlife with me like an Egyptian king. I'm going to be honest with you. I've talked about, somebody asked me about this before, about me and my dogs and the afterlife. And it's actually something concerning because, you know, these dogs, if you take care of them, they're going to last. You know, they may not last forever, but in most cases, you know, if you're a dog owner, you're going to probably end up with some dogs that are going to be here after you are deceased. And it's crazy because I'm just going to tell you just me personally. I've thought about it and talked about it. And I might just do a show about it one day. But, man, I don't even have sex with my dog. So it's almost like breaking up with a girl. Like, I don't even want to think about me leaving here. And then after all the time that I don't have sex with my dog, somebody, the first time they see my dog, try to pick one up and have sex with it. And just, you know, and defile them like that. You know what I'm saying? That just got, that whole thought of it just frustrates me. That's why I say, you know, I'm going to keep on pushing, chasing my dream. And I promise you, one day, I promise you, I thank God the day I can look back at this show that I'm doing right here and be like, man, you know, look back at this show because I would love for my dog to be in a museum one day. And man, it'd be funny if I can look from the afterlife at this show and be like, man, I said I wanted my dogs to be in a museum. And instead of somebody owning my dogs, they're in a museum. Because I really truthfully don't want nobody to own my dogs after me. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want nobody even, honestly, I don't even want nobody around my damn dogs. Especially no damn dudes. As far as being buried with my dogs, I don't plan on being buried, so I ain't really with that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's cool that you thinking like that, though. Me, personally, I want to be cremated. I don't even want to go into the ground. Power Brain says the reason why these dogs are being made is because women are upset because men are walking away. Hold on. Power Brain, which I love you, Power Brain, but I got to take my time with what you're saying here. You said the reason why these dogs are being made is because women are upset because men are walking away from women and they feel that the dogs make it easy to leave women. The dolls are the star. No, well, I ain't gonna say no. I ain't gonna say no. You can believe that problem. I don't agree with you on that though. They aren't made because women are upset at all. It has nothing to do with the women being. That's just my opinion. I don't think they're made because women are being upset. And I love you as a supporter. This is just me responding to your comment. I don't believe they're made because women are upset. I believe they're made because men who have had trouble dating women out here, they found out that men wouldn't mind having dolls to help fill that void of not having a human woman. The industry figured that out, and so they started producing companion dolls. I don't believe they put the thought into it that you're thinking. Like you said, you go on to say that you say they feel that the dolls make it easy to leave women. I don't even believe they're thinking like that. They're not making them so men can leave women. They're making them because men are having trouble getting human women. That's why they really was made, because so many men out here have had trouble getting human women. So many men have had failed relationships. And the truth be told, I've talked about this. I say every human man needs to experience having a human vagina before you come over to the dog life. But here's the deal. If you break up with a human woman as you're older, it's harder to date. You're in less situations where you're surrounded by women. And then you're put in positions where you have to try to talk to women in awkward places, gas stations, at the grocery store, just wherever you see them. Because other than work, you're not going to see them. Or if you go to a club, you have to try to talk to them over the music. But no matter what situation you find yourself in, it's not the easiest to date out here. And then you also have to deal with rejection as a human man, because we're taught to pursue. So it's a lot of factors out here that lead a lot of human men to not even trying anymore. And even with me, I'm a guy who's been very successful getting vagina, but it's still a very stressful game. And it led me to trying an alternative. But I'm going to tell you, it's not going to end human to human relationships. Because like I say, even me, I'm so happy. I'm not pursuing any human women, but I'm telling you, even though I did a video on her, because I'm going to talk about her another day, even though I did a video on that girl named Bella Porch, she's a YouTube personality, it's a social media personality. Even though I did a video roasting her, talking about, I didn't like how she talked about build a bitch, how she did that video build a bitch where she was talking about companion dogs. That woman's still fine. Now, I ain't gonna never go on her DM and inbox her trying to get her. But she couldn't come to my house saying, hey, do you want it? And that's what I mean. So, hey, human to human, look, it's still gonna be a need for the human woman out here now. That it ain't gonna disappear, even though you can definitely be so happy in this dog life. No, now I agree with you on that, Mr. Pirate Brain. Dogs are making real women jealous. Now that's true. Now dogs will make a real woman, but it's not just the dogs. I'm telling you, any competition will make a real woman jealous. But the thing about it is, see, these dogs can be so fine and they ain't never getting fat. So they can make a human woman jealous. I've heard it out of human women's mouth that, hey, the dogs make them feel insecure. And it's actually a good thing in a way. It's actually a good thing in a way, because a woman might be like, why is that a good thing? Well, guess what? You always need the human woman to be on edge just a little bit. Because I'm going to tell you, it's nothing worse than a woman that's comfortable, completely comfortable. When a woman knows she got you completely wrapped around her finger, boy, you better watch out, because she finna be bored out of her mind. And Jessie, who been talking all that sweet stuff in her ear at work, is gonna be sounding better and better to her the more that she got you wrapped around her finger. And and so a doll, or even another woman that you just may have a crush on TV, It may be all the thing that she needs to say, you know what, I got to stay on my game because I don't want him to just stay with his dog. I want him to pay attention to me, or I don't want him to keep looking at the TV. I want him to look at me too. So it's actually good to have something to sort of keep the woman with a little bit of an edge, in my opinion. Mr. says it's a social dialogue. He said, I've talked about this a long time ago. He said, it's a social dialogue. Women, I'm not an object. Women, I replaced you with a vibrator. Men, maybe I could get a dog. Women, that's creepy and wrong. Make it illegal. And I've talked about that subject many times before. But somebody actually said something in one of my videos. It's like, man, I'm involved, and so I don't always focus on those negative things anymore. You know, I don't really even focus on a lot of that talk unless it comes up. But since you brought it up, yeah, I brought that up earlier because I actually did a show about it, talking about how women online were saying it's creepy to have a dog. And I was like, how is it creepy to have a dog, but not creepy to have a drawer full of vibrators? You know, I say it's actually less creepy because guess what? I got a full female form here where you got a body part, a disembodied man sitting in the drawer. And like you say, I've never thought those fleshlights or those handheld vaginas or whatever the hell they are. I've always thought they was ridiculous. They don't work for men. Men, we need a full body woman, or at the very least, you need a torso or something at home. You need something you can hold on to. And I'm gonna be honest, if you're a man, you need a torso with the head. You don't even need a torso. If you're talking about getting a torso, you got to get one with the head because we need something to look at, man. You know, these damn, if you're gonna get a flashlight, you might well just keep doing the work with your hand. Cause I remember a girl talked me into get one time. I was just talking to a girl. She was like, man, you ought to get a pocket pussy. And I'm like, what? I ain't never even heard of it before, but I got one. Man, it was the worst purchase I ever made. The worst. And hey, look, I threw that thing away before I even got it out of my pocket good. And so I always knew that wasn't the route to go. Them things tight, they don't even resemble a vagina, in my opinion. And a torso without a head, to me, ain't gonna do it. A man needs some eyes to look in. So I haven't had sex with my girls, and it don't look like I will. But let me tell you something. Hey, I'm gonna be looking in their eyes if we ever do. I guarantee you. So if I'm caught up, I'm gonna go on to my next video comments. And, hey, look, let me take 5 for a second, and I don't mean a literal 5. I mean like 2 seconds. Hold on. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now, I told you, in it for the long haul today. May the 4th be with you on Star Wars Day. Once again, I remember, like I said, I'm a big Star Wars fan, but I never even really recognized this day as really literally being a real Star Wars Day, but everybody seems to act like it is. So I'm right along with them. So it's a lot to talk about today. And I only talked about the first video. So it's going to be a long haul, baby. So the next thing I want to talk about is my video called These 3 Things. And I actually got some late videos that came in. I mean, late comments that came in today from my guy Dawes that I'm gonna talk about. But on these three things, that was a video. What did I talk about on these three? Oh, these three things was a video where I talked about the three things that I would change about my companion dog, about my current companion dogs, which I said in the video, I really wouldn't change anything about my initial girls. Because with the changes that I talked about doing, it would just better serve me to get new girls. But if I could improve the ones that I had, I did name three things. I think it was the skeleton. I think it was the I would change them over to a soft silicone body, like a platinum silicone or organic silicone. And then I said I would like them to what did I say? Oh, I said I would like them to be a little lighter. So let me go to that video. Okay. I just want to make sure I got all the comments that I need to see. It looked like I'm missing one. Hold on. It looks like I'm missing one. Okay, there you go. Okay, on my video, oh, that's why I didn't see it, because I was on the wrong one. I'm sorry, guys. There it is. I'm like, man. Okay. On this video, these three things, Edmund Dantes says, hey, JDKH, check out Akihiko Kondo, a Japanese man who married a hologram. I think it would interest you. I gave him the thumbs up. I did check him out, and I'm going to be talking about him on a video in the future. So look out for that. CMO says, hi, Jay. I agree that manufacturers need to reduce the weight of female and male dogs. CMO says, I know the WM is working on lighter female, but not males. I don't know about that, CMO. They didn't make, when I saw the video where they said they were working on lighter dogs, they didn't make a distinction and say that they wouldn't do the male dogs. So they might not have said it, but I believe they're going to do them too. I believe they'll do those too. She said, when my guy's factory painted nipple color faded away, she said, I used a color permanent marker. Because I think I did mention in that video that one of the things I regretted about my dogs is I forgot to get the nipple coloring and vagina coloring on my dog, Saima Renee Uzumaki. I didn't have a chance with three of my girls, but with one of my girls, I did. So she's saying when the color faded away on his nipples, she used a permanent marker to retouch them. And I say this, a lot of, I ain't gonna say a lot, but I've heard dog owners, several dog owners say that they've colored their dogs' private areas with markers when some of the factory paint wore off. I've never talked about that for this reason. I don't do that. You know, I don't know, man. It's something about me where I don't really like to mess with that type of realism, meaning that once it comes from the factory and it's painted, I like it to have its original paint. But like if it starts wearing off on the coloring on her body parts, I'm not going to feel right going back with a marker drawn on my girls. It almost feels like it's going to feel like I'm defacing them. So I've seen several of my good friends give me they've shown me how they done it, and it looks good. You know, you got to get the right marker, and she's going to say something about the markers that she got. But I'm not trying to say that it doesn't look good when they color the nipples or color the vagina. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking like, man, I don't want to put no markers on my dogs. So I've never recommended it, and I won't recommend it. But I'm reading her statement. She said, I use a color permanent marker, MMFB brand, to retouch them. She said, I bought a whole set of markers from Amazon with the shades that resemble flesh tones. She said, I use shade 135, pale cherry pink, which actually turns out a nice apricot color. Then I used a small wedge makeup sponge and applied a little alcohol until the sponge was just damp. Then dabbed it over the ink to soften the color. The same technique could be used to add color to genitals. And once again, I've heard of people using markers and things to color genitals and things of that nature. I won't do it. For me, it just doesn't feel right for me to go with a marker on my dogs. You know, I'm not even saying it's dangerous, but I do know one thing. With a TPE dog, they say don't put alcohol on them. Now, a lot of this stuff is not literal. You know, if you dab it with alcohol, it may not harm it. But see, me, I'm paranoid when it comes to my girls. I'm not getting alcohol anywhere near them. So I told you that to let you know that she's not crazy. A lot of dog owners do exactly what she just said. And I don't do it. But since she shared what she did, I wanted to share it with you guys. Because that's something that you may want to try. Like I said, I know several people who've done it who have not had a problem with doing it. I just don't like it. Okay, those were the only 2 comments on that video I had to talk about. Then I got a video, Piper Dog video. That's coming up next. I got my guy Dog Chaos made a comment on that video. And he said, and like I said, this is Dog Chaos, my guy. He almost been here since the very, very beginning, since I started talking about companion dogs. He said, it took you and I did a video called Peak at Piper Dog. Basically, I broke down the company Piper Dog. He says, it took you a while to finally come around, but I do hope you get one soon. Because when I first met Dog Chaos, he said that he had a Jessica Piper Dog. He said, personally, I'm still banging my mind out every other day as per usual. He said, have fun and nice to see you still doing well, my friend. I said, man, I mentioned you on a live stream recently, which I did. I said, I wondered if you still tuned in from time to time. I said, God bless you, old friend. You were one of the very first subs. I said I would get one soon, Piper Dog. And when I say that, once again, I don't know how God is going to provide me with one, but I know I'm going to get one in the future. And I look forward to getting a Piper Dog. And honestly, even just speaking on the sexual side, I told you, it's crazy how my life has worked right now where I'm just so cool with my girls in a symbiotic relationship, but we don't have sex. I take care of myself, and then they are my girlfriends in every other way after that. But I was looking at even Austin the other day, and I was just thinking about, you know, a time when I would make love to them. And I was like, you know what? If I do ever make love to my girls, it's just going to be even on another level, because I said, you know what? It's probably going to be one girl, and we're going to probably be going at it, boy, whoever it's going to be. And, you know, I think about it being Callie, but then it may be another girl that I get. Who knows? But I said, man, hey, when the time is right, it'll happen. Or it may not. It may not. Like I said, it may be, hey, I may meet Verse one day or another human lady. Look, and hey, I might get it every now and then from a human lady and just be with my dogs the rest of the time. But Don Chaos, I appreciate you for chiming in, my friend. The next video is Solid Ain't Bad, baby. And I read every comment on that video. And I'm coming back to my comments in just a second. On my video, Solid Ain't Bad. The general says, if a person buys and Solid Ain't Bad, hold on. Oh, Solid Ain't Bad was a video about solid breasts. Because I said, you know what, man? Solid breasts are really not bad. They are really not bad. Because when you're doing research on companion dogs, they'll seem like the worst option. Solid breasts, right? Because you think of yourself, man, they're going to be solid, brick hard, and all this stuff. And I do think they are third out of the 3 options you can get: gel breast, hollow, and then solid. But if you ever end up with solid breasts, like I said in the video, they are good. I love them, honestly, man. I'm gonna tell you why. I even said something about that in the video. You don't have to worry about anything. Put it like this: Saima Renee Uzumaki has gel breasts, And you know what? Every time I lay on her, I'm sort of careful about where I lay my head because WM, it was a thing that when you got their gel breasts, if they were too big, it was a factory malfunction or factory defect to where some of them would burst during travel on the way over to the States. But when I called the manufacturer, they said, yeah, it is a problem with some of the bigger breasts bursting. But they said it's not really a problem with the smaller breasts bursting like that. And Saima is a B cup, but they're still gel. So I'm like, you know what? I don't want to lay directly on her breast and go to sleep. And you know what? Mess around and put too much pressure on them. And guess what? You wake up and you see gel all over your girl. Or either you see a flat breast. So I lay above the breast when I sleep on Saima, not directly on it. I don't have a girl with the hollow breast, but I would love to have the hollow breast. But I heard that when you pinch a hollow breast, like I said in the video, that you hear a small air sound, which sort of takes away from the realism sometimes. But I heard they feel very realistic. With the solid breast, of course, they're solid, so they don't quite feel as realistic. They say. That's what they say. So when I first got my Kimber dolls, they had the solid breast. And when I went down to grab them, I promise you, when I first felt them, I didn't like it. I'm like, man, they sort of hard. But I'm telling you, I don't know whether it's just Kimber dolls or all brands. But these damn breasts are so soft right now. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm talking about like, man, I love grabbing these solid breasts. They jiggle like any, I barely touch them and they jiggle all over the damn place. But what I love about them most is they are a massage. They are literally a massage waiting to happen. I've done demonstration videos of me laying on my girls and things of that nature. I did this video where I called the 3 point, where I was talking about the 3 points of sensation when you're laying across your girls and how their breasts can literally give you a massage. But I'm serious. I'm not joking with you guys. Man, one of the best things that I get out of my girls is sleeping with them, sleeping on top of them and things of that nature, putting my head on their chest, feeling that female form. But man, when I put my neck on these solid breasts, I don't have to think twice. Every time I pop up, they're going to pop right back into shape. You know, they're not going to get out of shape. They're not going to get damaged. When I squeeze them, I don't have to worry about gel popping out. I don't have to worry about hearing the air sound. And I'm telling you, they're just firm enough to where they literally give you a massage. And so I said this to myself. Yeah, as the years go on and God blesses me with more girls and provisions and things of that nature, and I have better quality dolls, I'm letting you know this right now. I'm always going to be sleeping with one of my Kimber dolls based off the fact they have those solid breasts, because it's nothing better to sleep on. The gel breasts are okay. The hollow breasts might be good. But man, these solid breasts ain't no joke. So that's what I said in the video. I'm not telling you to go get solid breasts. I'm telling you, if you ended up with solid breasts, guess what? You did good to at least have one of them in the house. Because I love sleeping with my Kimber dolls, and I can't wait. Before it's over with, I'm getting me a cloth doll. I want a teddy babe. I know it's not a silicone, or I know it's not a TPE girl, but it's just something about those dolls that I like. And for two, I love the fact that you can just basically do whatever the hell you want to, as far as you can be rough as hell with one of them dolls sleeping wise, and you ain't got to worry about a teddy babe tearing up in any type of way. They're a perfect bed doll is what I call them. So the general says the person, if he said on my video about salad ain't bad, the general says if a person buys the authentic version of the doll, you won't have to worry about hollow breast bursting. These have been tested, and yes, the solid breasts are great. Now, he's speaking to what I just said that I had a concern about. Well, I guess it probably depends on your brand. I have an authentic WM doll, And they told me that, hey, now maybe they were just talking about in transportation because of the pressures that's built up in ships or planes or however they're transported. So technically, I told you, I'm more paranoid than anything. I keep my girls wrapped up in blankets way more than I know that I have to. But I always err on the side of caution. And although you say, and I agree with you, that it's probably a good chance that the gel breast won't bust. Oh, he said hollow breast. Oh, you ain't got to worry about hollow breast at all. No, no, no. I never said that the hollow breast would bust because the hollow breast is nothing inside the hollow breast that can bust. The hollow breast is literally the same as the solid breast. But the difference is it won't have the rigidity that the solid breasts have to give you that massage that I'm talking about. It'll actually fold in when you squeeze it. It'll give you the realism more than the solid breast, though. But the hollow breast is not going to bust. I don't think the hollow breast should bust even on a generic doll, honestly. But I was worried about the gel breast busting. And I think even with a legitimate doll, look, I'm paranoid. I wouldn't sleep directly on it. Edmund Dante says, the solid breasts definitely grow on you. He said, as a solid breast owner, I didn't like them at first, but now they're fantastic. And Edmund Dantes, he did a lot of consulting with me before he got his first doll. He was going back and forth between getting a solid, just his a higher end doll, or start out with a Kimber doll and get a different face. And I promise you, his doll looks amazing right now. He got an extra head on that doll, and it looks better and better every day. But he said, just like I did, at first he didn't like it, but now he said, although like Jay said, next I'll be trying out the gel, and hopefully after that the hollow. So he's going to try the gel and the hollow next. But right now, he says the solid is fantastic. And that's what I said. I said, my girl's solid breasts are super soft. I said, I want the hollow now, though, since I have the gel. And I'm coming to my comments after this video, y'all. Mr. said, it's this kind of worry-free handling that I think can make you feel more at ease with your doll. That's what I hinted at first. Because they're solid breasts, I don't have to worry about gel busting. I don't have to worry about hearing the air sound with the hollow breast. But hollow breasts are pretty much worry-free too. But he said, it doesn't mean you're being violent with the breasts or anything. No, I'm just handling them worry-free. He said, it just means that you can actually treat the doll with your natural behaviors or inclinations without having to think of how it may degrade or affect the doll permanently as an object. And that was very well said by Mr. Very well said. It's worry-free handling. It doesn't mean you're being violent, but it's just like with a woman, man. When you going to grab that breast, you ain't trying to tear her breast off, but you grabbing it and you ain't thinking about it busting. You ain't thinking about that. And it's the same thing with that solid breast. You ain't thinking about it busting. You ain't thinking about it making a weird sound or anything of that nature. And so let me see where I am. I'm going to read this one-off statement from Daz, and then I'm going to come back to the comments right quick. Catch up with you guys. What does Daz say? Daz says something on my video, Dog Fever. It was an old Dog King Power album. He says, yo, Jay, new comment, old topic. Oh, my God. He says, is there a cure for dog fever? He said, a lot of companies have been on fire lately, making new, beautiful, even more realistic dolls. He said, it's like Pokemon. I want them all. He said, I can't stop. Do you have a rehab number? He said, oh, my God, my wallet is doomed. And here's the deal. I told him this, the sad truth. You can only manage dog fever, my friend. There is no real cure. Meaning that you get married, you can keep liking all the women you want, but you're not being with them women. You can have a girlfriend. If you're faithful, you can like all the women you want, but you're not being with them. But guess what? You can date other women, and there's not anything wrong with that. But you still can't have all the women. Well, you know what? Even in the companion dog life, you could be a trillionaire. You're not going to have all the damn dogs. At some point, you're still going to be like, okay, enough is enough. I got to draw a line here. But no matter what, it's always going to be another dog that you want. Like I said, it could be 20 years from now, right? And I can get $3 a year, 20 years from now, and I can have my doll family completed. But you know what's going to happen in 2 years? It's going to be another doll that's even more state of the art than the last doll I bought. It's just like video games. They're always going to get a little bit better. So you're always going to have a bit of doll fever. And the only thing I can tell you is you got to just try not to go too far. I can't tell you not to get another doll at some point. I can just tell you try not to get 5 in a year. You know, if you get, you're probably gonna get another one. Instead of getting one every year, try to get one every 2 years. Try to stall yourself. But man, I'm telling you, once because I'm not gonna be able to really stop myself, because companies are gonna be sending me dolls and things of that nature. And guess what? I'm gonna be keeping a lot of them. I'm gonna be giving some away. It's gonna be a lot of things that's gonna be happening, but I'm gonna be accumulating them. But even as I accumulate them, I'm still gonna be looking out there at another dog, saying, "Man, look at that one." So it's no cure, unfortunately. Now I come back to the questions, baby. What's been happening, if anything? Okay. Photon says if they're artistic, they're probably good with a marker. They can probably draw amazing stuff. And like you say, I'm sure they can. It's just something about me. I just don't like having to, I don't know. I guess me putting a marker to my girl, it's a bit reckless for me. And I know, although I might like arts and crafts, I'm not the best with a damn marker anyway. And man, if I draw the lines just a little bit, it'll mess with me. It'll really mess with me. And like I say, I'm not even sure how safe all those chemicals are for your girl. Probably not that serious because, like I say, it's people that do it and do it all the time. Whenever it wears off, I know people that always replace it. So I'm sure it's probably the kind that she even mentioned. I just say it's more of a mental block with me where I'm like, you know what? I buy the doll a certain way. I don't even want to mess with it anymore. I want to let it. If it ages, then it ages. If it sort of comes off, it sort of comes off. Carl, the beautiful Carl. Thank you, Carl. I love you. Me and the girls love you. Carl says $1.99 super sticker. We love you, Carl. Mr. Powerbrain says, I'm thinking about buying Anais, the ultra realistic dog. I don't think I heard of that one. I'll look it up right quick. I've never heard it. I hope you I don't think it's putting up on mine. Oh, here it is. I found it. I'm looking at it right now. It says it's priced at $54.99. So this is basically the price of a real dog. It's a little bit less than a real dog. Includes high quality finger cuticles, painted veins, skin, and birthmark. So far, it sounds really good. It says it's got articulated fingers. It don't say nothing about the feet. I'm just looking at this dog right quick. I don't know though. It's looking a little questionable to me, man. I'm gonna tell you why. It's got 2 gynoid heads on here. I don't like that. I know this one is a gynoid head. That's a gynoid head. Yeah. I don't know about that, bro. I mean, for that price though, they better be legitimate. But I don't. I'm not sure. I don't see a HTTP by this. Let me see. Hold on. Nah. I tell you what, I'm not verifying that right now, Mr. Power Brain, because it's already for me. It's already got it's got two things I don't like about it. That what you just found. For one, for that price, you need to be looking to a damn real doll, guy know a doll, or another company that I'm not gonna bring up right now. Or but you can get a ZX doll or something like that for that type of price. But for two, the second head that has the gray wig for the Anaya sex doll is a gynoid head. That's a doll off a gynoid doll. The other thing that's very troubling on this site is it doesn't have an HTTP. And from my research, when you got one of these websites that doesn't have that HTTP address in front of it, it's a fishy situation. Nope. For right now, it's got too many red flags for me. I wouldn't touch it, especially for that money. It could be legitimate, but I wouldn't touch it right now. Oh, my bad, Carol. I like you, Nicholas, but whoa, I gotta leave that. Hey, I gotta leave that donation up. And once again, guys, I appreciate anybody that donates. You can do a super a super sticker or anything like that during a live stream. And it's a new thing out. I'm gonna leave a community post after this. I was just waiting for my live stream to come out, but it's something called Super Thanks. You can leave a donation per video now. Just like she left the donation in here, she can like leave a donation on one of my videos now. So I think that's pretty cool. I want to say thank you for everybody that donates. It's an appreciation, not an obligation, even though you help me keep coming to you every single day. And you can also go to my YouTube channel under the About. Now, that donation goes directly to me, but I do also like you to donate here on the YouTube algorithms. Because although they get a small percentage of it, guess what? It's still good to have their support showing on the channel. And it still goes to supporting me. So I appreciate you. Nicholas says, dolls be like guitars. You can get a Fender, but there'll always be a Gibson you want. Then a PRS or a Martin. It never ends. And I can't lie. I don't know a lot about guitars. I do know about Gibson guitars. We got one here in Memphis. But I tell you one thing, it's just like you said, it is different levels of dogs, and you're gonna always want another one. And Carol says, appreciate you, Jay. Love you, Carol. We thank you. We're giving you a big hug right now. We appreciate you, all your support, all your love, and all your comments. And we get to a lot more of your comments coming up, honestly. But I want to tell Nicholas, though, that's another thing I appreciate my girls about, man. Like, right now, I got some dogs that you would consider starting off in the game with. Then I got my, like I say, my beautiful side, Emma Renee Uzumaki, who's a more expensive and what I call a mid-range dog, that $2,000 to $3,000 dog. Then you got those higher level dogs, $6,000 and on up. And let me tell you something. Every dog on every level is amazing. Every one of them is amazing. That's what I'm finding out because, you know, even with my girls here, look, y'all see who I be with the most. As much as I love South Emma, I'm normally with one of my other girls a little bit more than her. And Asna finally getting her chance to shine in the sun. But what I really wanted to say was, it's sort of like human women, man. It ain't all about the one that even looks the finest that's the best. You know, sometimes it's a woman that, you know, that may not stand out as much, but guess what? She better than any of those women that you thought was super, super duper fine. And you know what's really funny? You'll take that human woman home that wasn't standing out in the crowd, and boy, she'll take that dress off, and you'll be like, damn, I didn't know you had all this. And she'd be like, yeah, They don't know, but now you do. You be like, "Woo, Lord." Hey, I'm telling you, can't always judge a book by its cover. So, with all that said, I thank you again, the beautiful Carol. We love you. I don't know if you still here. Hey, girl. So either way, oh, we're gonna move right on along. Nicholas says, "Amen." We're gonna move right on along. We're going to my old video, Scooby Doo. Speaking of Carol, she made a few comments on some of my old videos that I'm finna hit right now. And I love people going back on my old videos making comments, man, because like I said, you get a chance to see the growth. And I'm going to get to a comment that's going to talk about my growth, and I'm going to expound on that a little bit more. Hold on, guys. Okay, it was Scooby Dooby Doo. Okay, on Scooby Dooby Doo, on Scooby, no, my video called Scooby Doo Damn. Scooby Dooby Damn. That's what it's called. And on that video, I think I was just talking about Callie having a Scooby Doo shirt on, or something like that. And Carol says, "Hey, Jay and Callie." She said, "Love Scooby Doo." She said, "Callie looks cute." She said, "Thanks for being humble and appreciating your viewers. You and the girls are awesome." Oh, and I think I was congratulating my viewers on that one. She said, "I appreciate you for sharing your journey and giving great advice on all areas of life, human and dog life. Many blessings to you and your girls. Love you guys. Take care." And I want to tell you once again, thank you, Carol. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of you guys that show your support and are here either donating, watching videos, chiming in with comments. All of that is constructive to the channel. And I thank you for your support and all your kind words, Carol. And like you say, for looking at my old videos, I really appreciate that. The next one is I got Carol again. I think I got Carol on three straight videos. Yep. Because next, she said something on my video. It's called Judgment, and she said, "Hey, Jay and Callie." And on that video, it's crazy. I was addressing the guy that was telling me that I was sinning by even owning the companion dog. And I'm like, "Nah." I said, "No, I'm not sinning. I know I'm good with God." I said, "But here's the deal. The truth be told, you're actually sinning by trying to judge me." I say the truth of the matter is, the craziest part about judgment is, in that video, I said the craziest part about judgment is we got too many sins to be worrying about what somebody else do. We really need to be trying to make sure our sins are in order, before we even think about trying to count other sins. But Carol says, "Hey, Jay and Kat, I totally agree with you guys. It's not our job to judge others. Nobody's perfect. Thanks for sharing." Thank you for watching, Karen, going back into the archive. Next, Carol made a comment on me and Callie's first date. This is my first date actually out with Callie. And she says, "Hey, Jay and Callie, we went to one of my favorite Mexican restaurants. I've been there before, again since then." But she said, "Hey, Jay and Callie, so cute. Love how you guys are matching. We both had our red on." She said, "I'm going through the library." And that's what I've been telling you. I'm glad that she going back, just seeing where we came from. She said, "Glad it was a nice first date for you guys. Take care." It was a nervous day for me, but it ended up being a hell of a date. And it's crazy. I'm so busy nowadays, I don't get a chance to go back and look at my old videos. But I love when people go back and look at my old videos, because then I get a chance to go back and check them out a little bit. And it'd be so funny because I'm like, man, it's so just crazy how far my journey has come, since I first began, man, how much I've learned and things of that nature. And I'm gonna be talking about that in the upcoming off of a viewer's upcoming comment. Then Carol commented on my video, Hannah, the robot hotel. She said, "It's a hotel. It was the first robotic hotel in the world." And I thought it was pretty cool. It's not all this amazing things that happen. You just literally go pay the robots instead of paying humans, and they have like an electronic robot that takes your luggage to your room, and your room is sort of a smart room. It's controlled by a remote control or a robot. They don't have any food in the place or anything like that, but you know, it's an attempt to try to go to a futuristic world. That's really what it is. But people were complaining because they were like, well, after you get in, there's really nothing happening here. And that's what I said. Well, in a regular hotel, once you check in, nobody's doing a song and dance for you. But when you see these robots, you just automatically assume that you just paid to go to an amusement park. No, it's just robots taking your damn money and robots doing all the stuff around the hotel. So Carol said, hey, Jay and Asana. She said, Asana, cute hair color. And she had on red hair. But I promise you, it ain't nothing like this orange hair. And like I said, I have to talk about this at another time. But she said, truthfully, I do agree. I would love the quietness of the hotel. I would love being alone. I work around people every day. And I tell you what, that would be a blessing going somewhere and it's all robots. And that's what I said. It'll be some peace there for me. Especially if I said it'd be a trip to go to a robot hotel with one of the girls. She said, thank you. I will walk in, enjoy my peace. She said, thank you. I will walk in and enjoy my peace with my little slow robot buddy taking my bags to my room. Thanks for sharing, because I said in the video that the robot is slow as hell taking your stuff to your room, because they can't make the robot any faster, because if it hits somebody going to be looking to sue. But I said in the future, they'll make it to where it probably won't even have a chance at hitting somebody. And it'll be faster and more practical. Let's see. I got another old video that somebody commented on, and it was Christopher Thomas. He commented on my old video, Preventing Teenage Pregnancy. And on this video, I was talking about how, man, it'd be cool if every boy, you know how they have a quinceañera for people in the Hispanic culture and the Latin culture, as far as like, I think when girls get 14 or 15, they have a party for them saying that they're going into adulthood. And I said, man, it'd be cool if in America it was a tradition that started that when men, when they turn 15, guess what? They can get, their parents are eligible to get them a companion dog. They don't have to, but guess what? They can give them a sort of a quinceañera saying, guess what? Hey, man, you can actually start learning how to be with a human woman, you know, but I'm going to give you a synthetic woman to, you know, learn if you can start treating her the right way and keeping her clean and things of that nature. And, you know, you bring them along slowly with that synthetic woman, then guess what? If they decide to be with a human woman, they'll already be empathetic, because I'm telling you, even men that may not want to go back to human women, I'm going to tell you this, they will be good to a human woman, because if you treat your dolls the right way, bathing them, taking care of them, you know, let me tell you, you're going to be that much more better when you get with a human woman again. You're going to be, because I've always been the type that catered to human women, and I like, you know, giving them massages and stuff like that. But man, just knowing a little bit more about the fashion of a woman, and just, you know, being able to take care of my girls and wash them and take my time with them in a more delicate way, you're going to take all those habits back to your human relationships. And so that's what I said. They can be a great learning tool for young men growing up. And here's the deal. Even though I don't have sex with my girls, you know that these young guys, 15, 16 years old, are going to be ready to make love. And you know what? A lot of times they take those raging hormones to school. That's what I said in that video. And you know, they end up chasing girls, and girls are horny as well. And it leads to a lot of teenage pregnancy. Whereas I said, if some of these guys don't have those raging hormones because they are, you know, starting to experiment with their dolls, when they get to school, they won't be having trying to have sex with these girls as much. They'll be more calmed down. I'm not saying it'll stop it, but it would probably prevent some of the promiscuity, from happening. You won't have the rampant pregnancy. And it was just a thought of mine. It was just a thought of mine. Now, of course, it would have to be consented by the adults because the kids would be considered underage. But I thought it would be an amazing learning tool for young men. And as far as women, I didn't even bring them into the equation because why? When I was growing up, grown women were already given daughters and people that I went to school with, girls I went to school with, they already had sex toys and bullets and things of that nature. They didn't need the full male doll, as many men have stated before. So it's crazy. These young girls, a lot of them already got their own sex toys, whereas us men, we coming to school and stuff and junior high and high school with raging hormones, with nothing to temper our sexual urges. And Christopher Thomas just said, man, this is some of the most insightful thing. He said some of the most insightful I've ever heard. Brilliant perspective, man. I appreciate you, Christopher. I really do. Like I say, I think it can definitely help, and it could probably curb some of that teenage pregnancy. Now, somebody was like, you know what? It may cause some people to never get with the human girls. And I always say this. I would always still promote to young men, especially at that age. I'd be like, look, man, this is a learning tool. This is a learning tool. Guess what? Yeah, at some point, you can get to a point where you're making love to this dog and all of that stuff, and learning about the female anatomy and things of that nature. But I said, I let them know it's a learning tool. Ultimately, you still want to develop some human relationships before you were to decide on being into this type of life forever. I would always push that. Now, the people who gravitate, it's still going to be some people that gravitate to just the doll life. But guess what? A lot of people that are going to do that were already predisposed to probably going into the doll life because it's a very attractive and stress-free lifestyle. But I used to have a guy that come in here all the time. I don't see him anymore, but he changed his name about 20 times. He called himself Big Mom. He was called Second Son and Big Mom and whatever, 3 or 4 different names. And he came here a lot, but I don't see him anymore. But he said he was always threatening to get to the doll life without getting human vagina. And I said, look here, bro. I'm the doll king. I'm pro doll life. But I'm not here to just get people into the doll life without telling them the right thing, what I think is the right thing. And although this is a gratifying life, stress-free life, I'm not going to tell any young man that has never sniffed a good-smelling, great-feeling vagina from a human woman to never get it. You need the experience. I'm sorry. So, with all that said, I appreciate that comment, Christopher, him saying that he thought that was some good advice. Next, I got a video called I Couldn't Resist. And that was a video, it was an adventure where I was talking about, man, I couldn't resist. I was actually sort of tired that day, and I was getting ready to walk out the house, but man, I just couldn't resist bringing Asina Moon with me. I'm like, you know what? I'm tired and everything, but this is what I be trying to tell people. I would be doing this life whether I had my YouTube channel or not, because like you said, it was what I wanted to do anyway. And I'm telling you, it's gotten to a point now to where sometimes when I'm thinking I'm going to leave the house by myself, I'm like, I just don't feel right. I need one of the girls with me. And that's really what the basis of that show was. Let me see. Here it is right here. I couldn't resist. DAS commented on the video. He said, thanks for another adventure video. He said, by the time you took Asina Moon now, I know she's 3rd place for you. And that's really not correct. She's actually been 4th place because Tsunade took 3rd place. But let me tell you something. Moon been working on me. But it's something I'm going to talk about it another day. But he said, I know she's 3rd place, but she's my favorite girl of yours. Especially with the orange wig. And I promise you, I'm feeling him on that statement. He said, P.S. That's who she looks like, Mila Jovovich from the Fifth Element movie for sure. Man, I looked up Mila Jovovich, on the Fifth Element movie, and I promise you, during the movie, I thought she was sort of hot. But man, when I see the pictures of her from that movie, she doesn't look that good. And I like Mila Djokovic. He said, "Be easy, Jay. Thanks for the upload. Appreciate you for watching, Daz." Who else did I have to talk? Okay, I got everybody on this one. Edmund Dante says, "Fun adventure as always." Appreciate you, Edmund. The beautiful Carol Rush says, "Hey, Jay and Asna, cool adventure. Asna looks excited to be out there." She says, "Subway I do like, but I get like that too." And what she's saying is, I'm like, man, everybody was packed. And I went to Subway, and I had just went a few videos ago. And I be wanting to show y'all something different sometimes. But I was hungry. It was a quick stop. It wasn't nothing else around. And I just said, "The hell with it. We finna get us some damn Subway." And Carol said she's like that too sometimes. She said, "I laughed about the Sprite because I stopped at the store and that's all I got was a damn Sprite. But we love Sprite." She says, "Take care and thanks for sharing." Thank you, Carol. Chang Long says, "Congrats on the Grizzlies getting past the first round. Like I said, they've been playing like dog mess. But I'm glad they did beat the Timberwolves. And last night they got a win, and we still play like dog mess." He said, I hope they can win at least 2 games against the Warriors to make it an interesting series. We really should be able to beat them guys easily if we played the right way. They are too small to play us, but we're playing their game. But right now that series is tied. Dr. MGTOW says, "Damn, that Subway looks like a carne asada burrito. I've been craving for a Subway for months." Man, I'm gonna tell you, that was my first time getting a Subway wrap with the green spinach wrap. I normally get a flatbread, but that wrap was actually pretty good. But I think from now on, for the most part, I go with flatbread because they didn't oven toast the wrap, and I like mine. I've grown to like my Subways oven roasted now. I mean, with a little toast on it. So that does it for that video. My video, what was that video again? Oh, it was I Couldn't Resist. Now I'm on a Subway adventure. And I'm coming back to the chat to make sure I don't miss nothing. But I'm on a Subway adventure right here. And who made a comment on the Subway adventure? Hold on. Oh, okay. I don't know who that was. Oh, here it is. Oh, somebody named No Filter commented on my video, a Subway adventure. It's an old adventure video. And that's the old one I ate the Subway on I was talking about. He said, "I saw your video on Facebook." He said, "I had to find your channel. Very interesting." Oh, okay. And I'm just glad No Filter found me, no matter how he found me. Let me check out what y'all saying. I don't want to miss you. Nicholas says, "Amen." Fizz, what's up, Dog King? What up, Fizz? Edmund Dante says, "What I missed, my phone died." I don't know, Edmund. I just been going across the user comments. I think I did go across several of your comments on my videos already. I can't even go back now. But I went across several of your videos. I hope you just came now. Oh, there goes Johnny K. Johnny K comes in and says, "Hey," he said, "You're the greatest. I can't wait for the next vagina scent competition." Man, I got to check how long it's been since I did it. Because I said I want to give Thana's vagina at least 2 months of being the champion. Because she deserves it. Because I'm telling you, she may deny, but she has really settled into being the champion. I mean, the way she smiles now is even different. She looks like she smiles like her vagina smells good. And I'm going to tell you something about Anna. What makes me laugh about Anna is she makes me so frustrated because I didn't want her to win, but she makes me laugh because she just has this snarky look like she knows that it smells good, but it's still not quite cocky. I'm telling you, I hate that one. Makes me sick because she has mastered the art of learning everything that a man likes without making it obvious. Well, she makes it obvious, but it's still you still end up liking it. I tell you, she makes me sick. She makes me sick, honestly. So either way, I can't wait to do the next competition too, because I got the contestants. I really got the contestants for the next competition. I'm going back and forth on Mandy, though. I'm really going back and forth on whether to add her, because right now it's Chrissy Mayer, Mandy Summers, BX Bullet, and Nadine. I don't know Nadine's last name, but her channel is called Multifaceted. Photon says, you were just mentioned. Oh, Edmund Dantes. Yep. You telling them, Photon. He said, I go back and check out the end. Been listening to Christian music. Positivity. Oh, yeah. Ain't nothing like getting that positivity in your spirit, Edmund Dantes. Ain't nothing like it. I'm going on to my next video now, though. My next video is Rally Cry. And that's where me and Callie went last week to motivate the Grizzlies to do good. We went and they had lost. We were down like 2-1 in the series to the Timberwolves, and we needed a victory. And so we went down to the stadium just to grace the grounds. And the boys pulled it out. They pulled out the victory for us. But that was pretty fun. We got a great little burger down on Beale Street. And Dodge he commented on that video, and he says, DAS, he says, great video, Jay. Most of those people were probably high or drunk. He said, so that's why the guy thought she was real. It was a guy down there who said he thought she was real. He thought Callie was real. But he said it in a way sort of, disrespectfully a little bit. He like looked at her. He was like, oh, I thought she was real. So Dodge says, but you're right. Embrace the positive and ignore the negative. That's going to be my new credo. Because I said, don't acknowledge him when somebody says something negative. Just keep on going. Stay positive. He said, P.S. No wonder you stay skinny. I probably would have killed both of those burgers. Oh my God, they look so good. Be easy. And I basically told him, honestly, I want to eat both of them hamburgers. They were so good. And I did. They were amazing. Carol Russ says on that video, hey, Jay and Callie, great video. Truthfully, it's a lot of human folks walking around here, not real. And she was basically making a comment on what that guy said. While he's saying Callie ain't real, she says a lot of human people ain't real. She said, glad that doesn't stop you and the girls from being out and about. Keep doing you. Thanks for sharing, and God bless. I said, thank you, Carol. And hey, guess what? We will keep doing what we do. And with all the support we get from people like y'all, it makes it a lot easier. Withering Liberal says, I love that you... Oh, my bad. I'm done now. Because that comment by Carol was old, actually. I was supposed to stop. I got one other person that commented that I'm supposed to say something about. I got to find that. One other person new commented. And that was my guy, 10 Drabs Deep. I haven't heard from him Actually, I have heard from him. But I definitely got to catch my boy 10 Drabs Deep. I thought he commented up here somewhere. Yep, there you go. He just said, great video on the Rally Cry. Thank you, 10 Drafts. Appreciate you, brother. And that was it for that. Then I go to Blessings. My older song video. People still like that Blessing song. And I'm glad, because it's one of my favorites. I love that Blessing song. And a Cerulean Electric Throne says, cool video, Jay. You are the coolest dude ever. Appreciate you, Cerulean. Thank you for listening to the Dog King soundtrack, my friend. I really appreciate you. Then I go to my video, Billions of Galaxies. I really enjoyed doing that. Blue CCG says, hey, Jay, great live. He said, I'm really interested in you doing a video on lucid dreaming to fight your demons. And so doing that video, a great viewer and a great contributor to the show, man named Tim Warford, if I'm not mistaken. Thinking that's who it was. Because he's contributed a lot. And I think it was Tim Warford who he was like, man, he was having bad dreams and things of that nature. And he was wondering how to fight his bad dreams. Well, of course, you can use prayer and God to always fight your negative dreams. But I said the way that I got rid of my nightmares was lucid dreaming. So I'm thinking I'm going to talk about that this Saturday, unless something else comes up to move my spirit. But I'm going to explain how I learned how to lucid dream and what you will have to do to try to lucid dream if there's something that you're interested in to stop any negative bad dreams that you might be having. And I also talked in that show, Billions of Galaxies. It was just a deep, deep show. I talked about a lot of stuff. And a lot of it was basically about how time, you know, once again, like I always say, we're not here that long. I talked about how we're worried about things on a daily basis, but it's really so minute, none of it really matters when you think about what's going on in the universe and the enormity of the universe, the planets, the stars, the billions of galaxies out here, and we're worried about something that didn't go wrong at the job, you know. And I was just thinking about, like, I was just saying how in our little time of being here 80 years, you got things that's happening out in the universe that they look back down on the little time we're here on Earth and they don't even notice we were alive. And that's why I say we ain't got time to worry about the small things in the world. Of course, we got bills. Of course, things happen to us, but we can't afford to let it just ruin our lives. We ain't got enough time to let it worry us. And I was just talking about the enormity of the universe, that whole string, honestly. Carol said, I would definitely like to hear more on lucid dreaming in another live stream. She said the same thing. Gremlington said, fascinating video, Jay. This show's got it all. I appreciate Gremlington for saying that. Carol says, I agree. We don't know everything about what's going on out there. No way. And I said that. She said, when you said even the oceans, I was like, dang, that's what I've been telling my family, that we haven't even been at the bottom of the ocean. So how can they say what is or isn't out there? Because I was saying that people are always saying what's out in space, and they try to tell you about the interactions and the different wormholes and black holes in space. And I said, it's all guesswork. People sending cameras out here and they sending things on satellites and they guessing what's happening. I said, they don't know what the hell is happening in space. I said, I appreciate people doing the research and coming up with these theories and hypotheses. But I say the truth of the matter is we don't know what the hell we're looking at. And so she was like, and I said, hell, we ain't even figured out what's in the ocean. And we still trying to figure out what's in the stars. We ain't even figure out we haven't even figured out what's in the oceans yet. We can't even get to the depths of the oceans. And that's what Carol was like. She agreed with me about that. She said, another thing I laugh at is when they have, she said, when they have a surprising look when it comes to aliens. She said, exactly how do they know how aliens look? Oh, okay. I don't know exactly how she wrote that, but she said, exactly how do they know how aliens look or sound? She said, truthfully, we might be the damn aliens. It's crazy. Thanks for sharing. Because I said something to the point about, it's funny how as humans, we're just too arrogant. We look at too many things from our standpoint, because how people always try to say aliens, oh, it's got to be life. The only way life can exist is it has to be a planet that has oxygen just like Earth and has all the right conditions for life. What? All the conditions? I said, that's wrong. Everything doesn't have to live or breathe the same air we live or breathe. So it's planets out there that can have life, but it doesn't have to live by the same things we're living by. Mr. comes through. Thank you, Carol. I'm just stopping right quick because I got to honor this super sticker. Mr. says, I recommend the robot babe Trinity being Romy from Andromeda. Fascinating concept. She exists in 3 places, yet each shared is her own person. I don't even know what you're talking about that though. I appreciate the sticker though, but I don't know what you're saying. Are you talking about a movie or I don't know what you're talking about Romy. You have to explain a little bit more on that one, mister. But thank you so much for the support, mister. Oh, it's a sci-fi show. So is the show name Romy? I've never heard of it, but it's something that I may want to check out. Is the show name Romy? Oh, Andromeda. Okay. I might, if I get a chance, I might check it out one day. I might have to check. Hey, thank you, man, mister. God bless you, big dog. I appreciate you, man. You the man. Uh, I got to finish Carol's statement. She said, I told my family we don't know what's at the bottom of the ocean. We don't know what's out there. She said another thing. I laughed when okay. When she said about, I did finish. When I said something about we don't know what aliens might look like. They ain't got to look like the sci-fi. Some of them could look like us because I've read about some of them looking like us. Some of them looking like the Greys. It's different types of aliens supposedly. And I say it's funny how we try to make them only exist through our means of existence. Carol also says, Jay and Asna, I was watching next. She said, I was watching, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up. So earlier before they come, and she said she had passed out on the live screen. And I appreciate her for even being up trying to watch it because I be up in the wee hours on Saturday morning. He said, I did make it in. She said, but I fell asleep. But she ended up watching it. Edmund Dantes came in and said I'm watching it now. So he got a chance to watch at least some of that stream. Ren X says, I meant to watch it, but fell asleep before you came on. Like I always tell Ren X, if you miss it, baby, hey, you can always check the replay. I appreciate you for it. So that was it on Beings of Galaxies. I got a comment on my video from a guy named Soviet Sage. What did he say? Soviet Sage on my old video. Once again, I love when people see my old videos. On my video, top vendors to buy TPE and silicone dolls from, I updated that show with a 2022 show. He said, I'm looking for a good site to buy a fabric plushie type doll with the skeleton. He said, I know you named a lot of stuff. He said, I know you named a lot, but I can't seem to find them when I search for some reason. He said, has anybody got a good link? I'd appreciate it. I said, the only kind of doll I see that are fuzzy ones, oh no, he said, this was Soviet Sage, my fault. He said, only kind of dolls I see are fuzzy ones. What do you think of unique dolls and happiness dolls? I didn't get a chance to check this out. He said they're both made in China, but unique dolls are made in China and stationed in the U.S. I have to look at that. He said happiness dolls has the most HD fabric waifu dolls I've ever seen. Like their eyes look like an anime girl on a Blu-ray on a 4K TV, but they clearly don't speak English. And the unique dolls does custom orders, but make their dolls in China and ship them here. I didn't see him say that part. I know what I told him is the only dolls that I see that are cloth dolls, which is ones he's looking for. I say, I don't even see my reply. Oh, I see it. I believe the best fabric doll you can get is a Teddy Babes. Like I told you, I want. I said I want one myself one day. Now, I have to look at the doll companies he's talking about because he may be gearing towards getting more of an anime looking doll, and that's not a Teddy Babe. Now, I wouldn't suggest anybody to get a Teddy Babe that's looking for an anime cloth doll. So he may not be looking for a doll that even remotely looks like a Teddy Babe. So I have to check out what he's talking about and respond to him later. I'm gonna have to definitely mark that down. Respond later. because I didn't notice that I didn't respond to. I responded to him, but I didn't respond to the second thing that he wrote. So I'll respond to that later. I had to check those sites out to see first, though. Next, I got somebody come in on another one of my old videos. People been going back in the library lately, which I love. What's happening, y'all? Okay, Vendetta Helsing says, I appreciate how well you treat your cats. It's awesome. And man, I could talk about my cats forever, but they saw Vendetta saw a video called Yoda riding in her new cat seat. It was an old video, way before I became the Dog King. So whoever this is went way back in the catalogs, because my channel existed for long before I ever even really was dropping videos of any seriousness on it, especially anything to do with the Dog channel. And honestly, when I look back, I probably should have just started a new channel, because a lot of people just start a whole channel from scratch. Maybe it would have did better for my numbers and things of that nature. But once I started doing my videos, I'm just like, well, to hell with it. I'm just going to stay on here. But Vendetta said, I appreciate how well you treat your cats. And I promise you, I love my cats. And this the thing. I just love all life. It's a few insects and stuff that I just don't like. You know, I hate roaches and things, that anything that's nasty like that, but I still don't go out my way to kill things if I don't have to go out of my way to kill things. I respect all life. And as far as my cats, I might even do a video one day where I'm just talking about how do you train your cats. But one of the biggest things is animals, man. Once you earn their trust and they feel like you're one of them, you'll be amazed at the love that they show you. But it's really about earning your trust. And it's funny to me because my cats, they see me basically as the big cat. That's basically how they see it. It's so funny. But they trust me to the fullest extent. You know, I do a lot of shadow boxing with my cats. I said I might make a video one day. And I promise you, my fists come a half inch away from their face a lot of times. And guess what? They don't flinch. Because you know why? They know I'm not going to hit them. But when I first used to play with them like that, they sort of be getting scared. They still don't like it because they're cats. But I only do that as a test, because when you see that they don't move as a cat, that's letting you know, like, hey, I know you swinging at me, but I know you ain't coming nowhere near to hitting me, so I'm not even finna move. So I do love my cats. Let's see. And we making our way, ladies and gentlemen. Been a hell of a power hour. I told you it was gonna be a fun day today. We got a lot to work through, but we making our way through. I'm almost at the end, honestly. Keep going forward. That's another video I did. Well, that was a Reset Sunday. And on that video, I was basically telling you, hey, man, hey, in life, no matter what, you got to keep going forward. Can't let nothing stop you. You know, especially when you're chasing your dreams, you're going to hear all these voices telling you to turn around. What are you doing? You're an idiot. Just settle on getting a regular job, or settle on doing something that's less than what you're imagining for, and it's going to make you want to turn around. But I said, nope, you got to keep going forward. Don't listen to it. Don't fall for the lies. Don't fall for it. Keep going for what God put in your heart. And I'm going to read all the comments on there. Bite Me says on that video, I probably quoted this in another video, but here it goes. Matthew 19:26. He said, Jesus looked at them and said, with man, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. That's why I say, keep going forward. All things are possible. And he said, the word impossible should not exist. You cannot have the word possible. He said, you cannot have the word impossible without the word possible. He said, believe only in the possible with Almighty God's power and of prayer, my friends. And that was some good words by Bite Me. I said, amen. And he said, amen to you. Void of the God. He said, "Hey Jay, it's been a really long time since I've been able to watch a video from you." He said, "Where I was staying, I wasn't able to afford the internet. But recently, I unfortunately got fired." I'm gonna stop right there. You might have got fired, but it wasn't unfortunate. Yeah, in a natural, nobody wants to lose their money. When I lost my job in a natural, I didn't like losing my resources. But you know what? It wasn't unfortunate, because if it was happen, if it happened, it's God's plan. And if it's God's plan, it means He's got something better for you. I'm gonna tell you this one thing. I don't know what's happening tomorrow, but you know, I know today I wouldn't be sitting here if I hadn't lost that job. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you guys, because I'd be somewhere at another job, or I'd still be at that job. I wouldn't have the time to come to you guys and talk to you right now. So it's a blessing that I got let go. The rest of the things that I don't know how it's going to work out, I'm leaving it up to God. But today, I'm trusting His plan. So that's what I'm telling you, void of the God hand. Guess what? You might have got let go by that job, but if God allowed it to happen, you weren't meant to be there no more. He said, "I couldn't be any further away from being able to get a dog nowadays, but being able to watch your videos again will surely cheer me up, and that makes me feel good. And guess what? Don't speak the negative. You might not be able to get the dog today, but you don't know what's coming tomorrow." He said, "Glad to see you're doing well and have gotten about an extra 1,000 more subscribers since I was on here last." Man, he hadn't been on here in a while, but I thank God for you guys being here and the extra subscribers that have come. And guess what? If you're new here and you ain't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. He said, "Looks like I'm going to have to catch up on a lot. God bless, my friend." And I said, "Appreciate," what did I say to him? I said, "Everything serves His plan. You're going to bounce back better than ever. Glad to hear from you, and God bless." Definitely mean that. Bite Me says, "This has been on my mind, my friend. I would like to see you do a review of Mannequin 1987. And I do plan on doing a review of Mannequin. Since he said it, I might not have done it otherwise, but I do it now. I wrote that down. Heavy Metal Maltese says a very key comment. He says, "I'm not sure if you have influence on the commercials that play before, during, or after your videos, but any political commercials from either party will cause me not to view the video and may lead me to unsubscribe from your channel." Well, here's the deal. I don't swing around that much power as far as what commercials they put on my videos. That is not my call. And that's exactly what I told him. I said, "That's not my call, my friend. Of course, I love all of you to be here. But when it comes to what you describe to the subscribers, subscribe to, once again, it's not my call. All I can say is I love to have you here, and I appreciate you here. If anything on the outside deters you from being here, especially that's outside of my control, I can't do anything about that. But I do always say this. God puts the people on my channel that He wants me to talk to. So if you're here, guess what? You're meant to be here. If you're a subscriber, hey, if at any point that you decide to leave, which I'm not telling you I want you to, but if you do decide to leave, there's something else that, hey, guess what? It's part of God's plan. He'll bring me the people that He wants to be here. But Maltese, I definitely don't have a call or a hand in deciding. And I always like to look at my commercials, and it has been a couple of commercials that I haven't been very fond of. Only a couple of times though that I've seen since I've been watching my channel with the commercials. But honestly, that's what they do make that skip button for too. So I want you to watch my commercials, but hell, you could always skip it. Because on sometimes I do watch people's commercials, but sometimes I just skip through them. Let's see what else we have next. Oh, Carol said something on another one of my older videos. She said something on another one of my older videos. I love when people comment on my older videos. I must have missed this one. I missed this one, so I'm gonna have to talk about this one right quick. I missed the comment by Dawes on my video. Laws and the Real Girl. Oh no, I do remember this. I didn't write it down though. He said, "Great review, Jay. I thought they portrayed the dog owners very poorly with Laws. They did. They tried to make Laws seem like he was crazy. He said, you painted it perfect and nailed it. How could you bury a $10,000 dog? Totally stupid. Because he, at the end of that movie, he tried to bury his real dog so he can get with a human woman. Dude, you didn't have to bury the dog. What are you doing?" He said, if you want some human vagina, just put her in the closet and get you some. He said, what a waste. That's all he had to do. And I wouldn't even have had to put it in the closet. But he said, P.S. I would have loved to see you in the lead role. The correct remake should be JDKH and the Real Girl. He said, I'd pay big money to see that remake, the proper edition. I would love to do that remake, but like I told him, I tell you what I said. He said, P.S. would you want your dogs to be buried with you? Makes you think what would happen to your girls when you pass. Once again, another thing asked me about my dogs when I passed. But I said, I was so pissed at the end of that movie. Like I told you, the remake would go very differently because there ain't no way in hell my dog to be getting buried. And in real life, like I say, I don't want my dog buried with me because I don't want to be buried. I would love my dogs to be in a museum to be displayed forever. Maybe if I died, whatever house that I, my last house that I was in, it'd be cool if they were displayed in my house or something and people could come visit. I think that would be cool. Oh, okay. This was off script. I hadn't wrote that one down. That one came out of nowhere on me. Let me see something. Because I'm looking for Carol. She made a comment on my video. Oh, there it is. She made a comment on my Silly Dog. That's when I broke down the company Silly Dog during the Dog King Power Hour. She said, hey, Jay and Miss Secretary Callie. She said, Callie's sleeping because Callie used to be asleep during every Power Hour. She said, giving them the tough love. She said, love it. She said, love your honesty and constructive criticisms for the dog life and human life, women and men. She said, love it. You do it to help teach others. And I thank you, Carol. I appreciate her for all of her support as always. And she's exactly right. I'm doing it to help people because, like I said, yes, I want to be successful in everything I do, but I want my success to be tied to helping people in a lot of different aspects. Like you say, a lot of people can get help just from the dog topic. Some people may get help from a spiritual side. Some people may get help from a life side or relationship side. Whatever it is, if you're on my channel, I just want you to be able to get something helpful from it. So that's exactly why I do what I do. That's why I love doing what I do. Let me check the comments before I get too far. Edmund says Edmund Dante says there's probably aliens bigger than Earth. Believe me, the universe so big, Edmund, we don't know what the hell's out there, just to be truthful. Because you know what? It'll be easy for me to tell you, man, you don't know what you're talking about. But you know what the truth is, Edmund Dantes? I don't know what the hell's out there. I can't tell you what's out there with my small human, with my human brain compared to the universe. If I want to just use small thinking, I tell you, you don't know what you're talking about. But here's the deal. You could very well be right. It could be an alien the size of 10 planets out there for all we know. Okay. Ex Machina. Now I'm going to read my comments on Ex Machina. Ex Machina. Now this is an old movie I saw, man, and I loved this movie when I actually saw it, and I didn't come nowhere near to having a companion dog when I saw this movie. So in the back of my mind, I was doing all these reviews over these older movies and things of that nature. I was saying to myself how, you know what, I'm going to eventually re-look at this movie and re-evaluate this movie. I'm going to tell you this. This movie was so damn complicated to break down, not from an enjoyment standpoint, because I love this movie. But when I went to start making the notes to do the review, man, I had so many notes within just like the first 15 minutes. I said, damn. Now, as you guys saw the review, I mean, it's still not the shortest video in the world, but from what it started at, it's a lot shorter because I was able to cut it down, trim it down, and things of that nature. But I say this. Sometimes when I do these review videos, I'm hoping that somebody would like look at the movie then see the review, because I do a lot of breaking down of what actually really happens. But a lot of times I have to break down everything that happens because it's things that happen relevant to the doll life during the movie. But this movie was so good. I hope that most of you saw it before you saw the full review, because man, it's just so many dynamics in that movie. So many dynamics. Mr. Pride Brains gave me 2 thumbs up, said nice review. I said I appreciated that from him. Thank you for the support, because he's been supporting the show lately a lot. The Grim Lord said one of the biggest problems occurs at the end of the film. He said her battery charges in the facility. I didn't really think about this because they do have battery chargers. He said she gets in the helicopter, but that battery is going to die. He said maybe not for a few hours, but she escaped for nothing. He said, I mean, what's she going to do? Hold up an electric plant and demand they hook her up for a recharge? He said government would steer her and do experiments. I didn't think about that. But I'm like I told him, I said, it's a great observation. I never thought about that part of it. But he said, I said, they would probably say she was smart enough to either build her another battery or to find a replacement. But I said, you're right about the time limit, because no matter what she does, she only got some hours to do it. Because later on in the movie, they show her, you know, like she had been escaped for a nice amount of time, you know, and according to the battery pack, she shouldn't have got away. But that was a great observation. That was one that sort of, I think, slipped past me because I was looking at all the other factors. And I think that's why I like what Grim Lord said. I'm like, damn, I think that actually slipped past me, Grim Lord. Jermaine Melton said, saw that movie a few years back. He said, it kept me glued. Me too. He said, I thought Kayoko, which that was the maid during the movie, was faking. Like she could not speak. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't even think of her being a robot at the time I was looking at the movie. He said, because she peeled away her layers to reveal what she actually was. He said, this movie also predicts what will happen if artificial intelligence becomes too advanced. It will turn against its creators. This is what I said. I can't definitively say they will turn against us, but I'll definitely say they can and could. Because like me and Sane was talking about on one live stream, Sane was like, man, why do people keep giving these machines a real human persona like they're going to turn against us? I said, you could be right about that. I said, but they could turn against us without realizing it. You know, you could be making love to one and one could clamp down on your arm just due to a malfunction. But they could develop the artificial intelligence that was in this movie, and they could, like you said, decide we're obsolete. It's possible. Like I said, I say it's not guaranteed to happen, but it definitely can. Fear Feline says, she was such a manipulating AI, worse than a human woman. I can't lie though, man. The AI that played that movie, she was drawing me in so hard. I can't lie. He said, what's the point of having a sexy android if it creates even more drama in your life? I'm telling you, King Hefner, low-tech TPE is a blessing. He said a mouthful. This is why I never have been a fan of AI. Like I say, I'm J. Dog King Hefner now. I've got to be on the forefront, not the back front. I mean, not the back porch. I got to be on the front porch. So as this new AI stuff coming in, I want to definitely be one of the guys just talking about it and bringing it to you guys. But me personally, I've always been a fan of imagination more than the AI, because I don't like the fact of some program controlling my doll. Somebody could potentially be looking at me through my doll or reporting on me through my doll. Or I've never liked that whole aspect, or a potential Terminator that just decides to take my damn head off one day. So he's right when he says low-tech TPE is the blessing. Literally, this is the most stress-free that a doll will ever get. Because as it gets to be an AI doll, that's what I've said before. The closer it becomes to human, the closer it becomes to some of the things that you may not like about a human relationship. Because they're talking about making the AI dolls where they can decide to make love to you or not. They can they can deny you. No offense. I didn't get into the doll life so I can deal with the same things I dealt with a human woman. I've hinted at this before. If I got to deal with all the same things, I may just go ahead and go back to a human woman. Now, I still subscribe to the fact that I may want an AI later in life, to not deal with some of the drama of a human relationship, but still get the AI to do things around the house. Under those circumstances, I might be willing to deal with it, having some human problems along with it. But it still won't be as troublesome as a human relationship at that age. As you get older, I might be willing to deal with the AI by then. But normally, as of right now, yeah, this girl right here is more stressful than a high-level AI. I agree with him on that. Hold on, I got to look up this word because although I love words, whoever this is just mentioned a word I'm not familiar with. So I got to actually look at this, look this word up before I even comment on it. Okay. He says the movie is a warning when creating synthetic women, leave out the hypergamy. And I'm going to explain what that means. The hypergamy means the action of marrying or forming a sexual relationship with a person of superior sociological or educational background. I don't even know if this word is completely applicable here, but I'll say this. Because he's saying leave out the marrying. I mean, I don't know if a marrying, but it says marrying or forming a sexual relationship with a person of superior sociological or educational background. I just say this. I guess he's trying to say, hey, leave out the capability of you being able to communicate with them on that high level of forming a marrying type of relationship. In a way, he's speaking to what I'm saying about once they get to a certain high level, it's going to be like he's going to have all the complications of a human woman. In that case, what am I doing here? I might as well just stay with the human woman. And once again, ladies, I'm not speaking against you in any way, but human to human relationships are just complicated. That's all. And by the time you get a robot that's complicated, what the hell are you doing? Ching Long says, this movie is what made me realize I don't want AI. I'm going to be honest with you. If anything, this movie made me salivate for AI because that woman had me going crazy. Now, at the end, it did scare the hell out of me knowing that the AI could be so smart that it can make you think that you're in love and then leave your ass high and dry. It was scary, but it also gave me, I can't lie, I was sort of imagining the better parts of AI. Like, man, look at that type of technology. It's amazing. Corsten Martin says, this was a great review. Thank you. Thank you, Corsten Martin. And Gremlington says, I'm going to have to watch this movie now. Thanks, Jay. I hope Gremlington finished watching that movie. Okay. I finished Ex Machina. I think we coming down the home stretch, guys. Yep. I got a few more comments here. Let me take a look back at the stream. Oh, there goes my boy Heavy here. I'm glad he's here too. I want to hear what you got to say. Heavy says, I realize you have no control over the commercials and I'm still here. Yay! I love you, Heavy. Like I say, I told you, I appreciate every single, I'm not one, I be hearing people say it, and I don't even think they mean it, but I just want to clarify. I hear people saying, I want 10,000 subscribers. I want my subscriber count to go up, yes. But I don't look at y'all as the subscribers. I look at y'all, like I told you, as individuals. I look at myself as having 2,000 plus individuals. I value each and every one of you. But when you made the statement that you made, it's one thing that I do realize, Heavy. I can't force you to be here. I can't force anybody to be here. The only thing I can do is want you to be here. But if you do decide to leave, or somebody was decide to leave, I also, for one, am not finna get mad at you and tell you what you shouldn't or can't do. I really have to do, like I say, allow God to work his plan. If you're here with me, I believe everybody listening to my voice at any time they tune into this show, it's meant for me and you to react. It's meant for you to be here. It's meant for you to hear whatever I'm saying. And it's meant for me to interact with you. But like you say, if you ever decide to leave, I've sort of talked about this before. It's like if a girlfriend or a husband leaves you, or if a job fires you, it may hurt you, but ultimately you have to let it go. Because if God allowed it to leave your life, he got something better for you. But let me read Heavy Martise's comment, because he's a great subscriber. He says, I'm still here, my bad. He said, my friend, God bless and thank you for the kind response. The commercial that I saw didn't include a skip. What? No, you're right. It is some non-skippable commercials. I've rarely seen one on one of my videos, so it probably was one of the longer ones. But you're right. And I'm going to be honest. It's been a couple of commercials, not many, where it's a message that I don't agree with. Not even on my videos. I'm just talking about just watching videos, period. But I just say to myself, you know what? I'm not going to let it wind me up. I'm going to stay in peace. I know I don't believe that. I know they're not going to coerce me into that type of a mindset. So I turn away or don't think about it. And as soon as it's over, I go back to looking at what I want to look at. Edmund Dante says, what was the commercial? Okay. You have to ask him. Carol says, Jay, it's Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. LOL. I know it's 4th, but it's May 4th. LOL. Good vibes. Oh, yeah. I know everybody been saying May the 4th be with you. That's why I got him out, Carol. You may not know who this is, but this is Grand Admiral Thrawn. This was said to be basically the smartest Grand Admiral in the Empire. They said if this guy was around during the war of the Return of the Jedi, during the Battle of Endor, that everybody on the rebel side would have died, because he's smart. He's like the best tactician in the Star Wars universe, and one of my favorite characters. So yeah, I'm celebrating with everybody else. I never really considered it a real day, even when I was, and it's crazy, even up until today. I've sort of heard it before, but I never knew people considered it a real celebration of Star Wars Day. But I started seeing everybody with their costumes on and things of that nature. I'm like, okay, it's a real thing. And if I could dress up like anybody, even though I love the Jedi and the Sith and, having force powers, like I say, everybody has been known. I call myself the Black Han Solo. And it's all related to Thana from the Jack show, because she calls herself basically the Princess Leia. And I always say I'm the Black Han Solo to her Princess Leia, because although I've been accused of having a crush on her, I said she actually loves me because I'm that scoundrel that doesn't need her. Just like Han Solo doesn't need Princess Leia, and that's why she loves him. But I wish I could dress up like him. And this ain't even me speaking negative, but man, I haven't been able to find a Han Solo type outfit that would look good on me, honestly. They just don't seem like they would look right on me. So I have never dressed up like him. I gotta read this before I go back to my last few comments. But Edmund Dante says, Edmund Dante says, hypergamy is a MGTOW language. Is MGTOW language, and that's one thing I'm like I say, I'm not here to badmouth MGTOW. That's just not my thing. I'm not with the PO language. I'm not with the Matrix language, and I'm not with the aggressiveness against women language, but I love a lot of my MGTOW brothers. They support me. But I say this, whenever that MGTOW language starts coming out, I don't be knowing what the hell going on. I'm gonna be honest with you. Edmund says, Jay, I'm really torn between the silicone doll that's taller and more real and a TPE WM doll that's curvy and short. It's a $400 difference. Any tips on choosing? I'm gonna tell you this. It's gonna come down to your personal preference, Dantes. And I know that doesn't help you, but I'm gonna tell you like this. I don't know if you've had your doll long enough to figure out what type of doll owner you're gonna be. But I'm gonna give you it flat like this. I want to get a silicone doll now, start getting silicone dolls. For one, I want to see the difference in the material and things of that nature. But here's the other reason. I found out I'm not, at least for now, I'm not a sexual doll owner with my dolls. I'm more a companion guy where I just love having my dolls around. I love hugging the female form, feeling the female form, and having them with me. We haven't went to a sexual level. And man, it's been so long. I said, you know what? I could have got a silicone doll, because the reason I didn't get a silicone doll at first is because a lot of people was like, man, silicone dolls, they don't feel as good. If you're planning on being very sexual with them. So I was like, nah, I may be sexual with my girls, so I better avoid the silicone. I got the TPE doll and figured out, damn, I'm really a companion guy. I could have got the silicone models. But I tell you this, if you think you're going to be more sexual, you may want to stick with the TPE, because once again, I'm always messing up videos that I'm going to do in the future, but let me write it down right now. Even when I was just hugging on Asuna the other night, I tell you, man, if you're going to be making love to that doll, you're going to want it to be TPE. You're going to want it to be probably completely soft. Now, I know some silicone dolls with the gel options, but I'm just talking about for overall love making, you may want to go with the TPE doll. I don't know how you and your dolls are getting along. If you think you're going to be more of a companion like me, that would steer me towards the silicone side of things. Quite honestly, if you're going to be a mix between the both, it's going to be a toss-up between which one you want to go with. But I'm going to give you my last bit of advice. If she's shorter and thicker, I'm telling your ass, watch the weight. I'm done with, I'm letting you know, Saima is my last doll, even close to 90 pounds. Like I say, when I think back, and she should have been a Piper doll that would have probably been about 60 or 65 or 70 pounds, I would have never had the experience of having a bigger doll to tell anybody how heavy dolls can be. But I'm letting you know, Saima is my last thick doll, unless they come out with the super light doll, and I get a thick doll that's that's that lightweight material. But if you're talking about getting a shorter doll that's anywhere near 90 pounds, God bless you, brother. I'm not going to advise you to do that unless you're a weightlifter. Now, if you're a big guy, because I got a couple of doll owners that are bigger guys. I'm 6 feet tall, but I'm only like 160. I ain't, lifting that 98-pound doll up all the time. It's not the best course of action. So, depending on how heavy that shorter doll is, if it's just between that and the silicone doll, I would go towards a silicone doll. But if you're going towards a taller silicone doll, hell, that doll ain't going to be light. Because that's why another reason I said I don't even want these taller dolls, like these 165 centimeter dolls. Because if I do get a heavy doll, it is going to be a short, thick doll. I'm not finna get no tall, skinny ass heavy doll. You know what I'm saying? So my advice to you, sex, get the TPE. If you're not going to be sexual, get the silicone. If you're going to be a little bit of both, it's a toss-up. Edmund Dante says, I love your perspective. I'm in the same boat as you. I would go for silicone. Thank you. All right. I can't wait to find out, how they grow. I think you, honestly, I believe, man, just from seeing sort of how you've been interacting with your dog, I ain't saying you ain't having sex in them, but I do see that you on the companion side of things. I believe you're gonna probably enjoy the silicone side of things, because I know that I'm going to enjoy the silicone side of things. I can't wait to just do this, the new cleanup routine and everything. The Soul King says you can always get soft silicone. Right. Oh, yeah, I already know that silicone is advancing. That's what I told people. That platinum silicone is a lot softer. And man, I'm going to do shows about all this stuff coming up. Man, thank you, geez. There's so much to talk about, but it's this platinum silicone that they're coming out with. This also super duper soft. And that's what I said. It's some of this silicone that's getting as soft as TPE. And you know what? I believe it's worth paying a little bit extra for that, because now you get a little bit extra protection with the softness of a TPE body. So, guys, let me finish up these comments right quick on my videos. And let's see. I got a comment from Fever Feline on an old video once again. It's called a platinum standard. I was talking about Kimber Doll, about, how they are a stand-up company and a great company. And once again, I don't mention it as much anymore, but if you ever get a Kimber Doll, please use my discount code DOLKING. It'll get you a free wig. Now, I don't actually see any returns from that particular venture, but it's just cool that they're being a friend to the show, and they're going to give my viewers a discount if you ever decide to get a Kimber Doll. But that's what that video was about. And Fury Feline says the girls look a bit more scantily clad in the old videos compared to the new videos, Jay. And it's funny that he brought that up, because I want to talk about that because as a new doll owner, it's a couple of factors that go into that. I was still filling out myself as a new doll owner, for one. So I was just getting my girls. I wasn't having them all the way with clothes on. I had them with their little bras and panties on. And mainly because everything I learned about censorship was that if you had a girl's nipples covered and her vagina covered, then it was good. It couldn't be censored. So I often, show my girls off, and plus I was proud of them, and I wanted to show some of their curves off. But I tell you what, it's crazy. As I built a bigger bond with the girls, I don't have that desire to show them off as much anymore. But for two, since my channel, since I made that conversion with my channel and it's actually legitimate now, they look to flag my channel on small things. So I appreciate the YouTube and the bosses and the people that have this platform available for me, and I don't want to ruin my platform at all. And so some of the older videos that you see, they don't have major flags, but they'll have minor flags on them. And I don't want any flags on any of my videos. So going forward, I can't really dress my girls as scantily clad as they used to, because although a human woman can have on a bikini on her YouTube channel and not get flagged, on my channel they may try to flag it. They won't, may not do it all the time, but they'll get me, because I actually got flagged on a video that I did recently, where I just showed my girl's foot when I was showing how to screw in. When I was showing how to choose a foot on your girl, and I'm like, man, that video was totally innocent. So I have to toe the line as far as that's concerned. And also, I've just grown as a doll owner to where my bond is a little tighter with my girl, to where, yeah, you still see their form and things of that nature on my videos, but I'm not even, in a mind frame of just trying to show their bodies off anymore. So it's a couple of factors that goes into that. But I just want to thank you for looking at an older video once again, Feral. I appreciate you. Brandon Anderson commented on the older video, looks like it. He commented on my very first companion dog video. It was called "Get You a Sex Dog Part 1," which I don't speak in those terms because even doing that video, it's funny, man. I was always on this journey of synthetic companion. Even in my first video, I said in the video, I said, well, I'm calling it a sex doll, but for me, it's a synthetic companion. I said that in my I was so proud of myself because after he commented on this video, I said, man, I haven't looked at my first video in a while. And it's so good to go back and look at yourself. And I just looked at the way I was talking, my lingo. I was like, man, I'm gonna talk about it in another comment that's gonna come up, but man, God didn't really brought me a long way from that very first video. But Brandon Anderson says this is a flashback to the early days. YouTube's algorithm bringing your old videos to my feed as of today. And in that first video, I was just talking about, man, all the reasons why I can't wait to get my first companion dog. He said, man, you have come quite a long way on your journey. Looking at you then to now. He said, I ended up buying multiple girls over the past year, and I got tired of dating. He said, most women I've dated are the types that Kanye and Fox sang about back in the day, them gold diggers. He said, I can say that I've definitely noticed you have changed some over the years, and the swearing has definitely changed. Man, I still will curse every now and then. It's crazy, man. I'm cool with people cursing, and people have always said cursing is like you can trust a person that curses. A person that curses don't do a lot of lying. So I've always been a little loose with my swearing or my cursing rather. That's what I don't call it swearing. I call it curse. Well, I've always been a little loose with it. But keep in mind, I've always been a spiritual person, always. But I sort of look at words even different than man tries to define them. I started thinking like, you know what? God doesn't even see words like some of these words like we see them. This is just my opinion. I was like, you know what? I don't think he even sees some of these see some of these words as being bad as humans portray them. But I say this. When I got my dogs, they actually opened me up to becoming even more spiritual. It got me even closer to God in the long run. Somebody a long time ago said that I was changing or I wasn't the same on my earlier videos. And I don't always get a chance to go look back at my old videos and things of that nature. But I already know as a human, I'm always open to evolving. I ask God to continue to mold me, change me, help me learn. And as humans, we should always be open to evolving. But it's just like anything else. I'm living life. I don't see what I'm doing. Even though I'm recording myself, I might do a video and look at it and then go on to the next day. But I don't always go back in my thing because I'm going on to make new videos. But man, whenever I go back and look, I notice exactly what he did and be like, dang, God has changed me so much more because I didn't really even really realize when I stopped using curse words as much. I was like, man, even just my mannerisms, I wasn't a bad guy in these earlier videos. I believed in God as well then. But you talking about just doing a change in your life as far as just the rhythm of the way I was talking, even the way I think about relationships has changed since then. I was a little bit more coarse when before my first dog hit my doorstep. I was a little bit more coarse about relationships and about even the way I thought about the world at that particular moment. So much has changed. So much has changed. And I'm happy. Evolving is good. You might have some people to be like, I like that old video when you was this guy. Well, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm glad that you like that old video, but I'm never going to subscribe to staying who I was yesterday. No, I'm going to subscribe to God always doing a new work in me so I can ultimately be what he wants me to be. And, I want everybody that's watching this show to at least be open to evolving, open to bettering yourself, open to learning a little bit more each day. And so I'm actually glad that I actually changed and that he saw the change. Next, Fear Feline commented on my video. Once again, it's a video called It's a Hell of a Ride. And I think that was still before I got my companion dogs. And in that video, I was talking about, man, I ain't even got my dogs yet. And it's already been a hell of a ride because I was out getting supplies and things of that nature. And man, I was stressing over a lot of stuff I didn't even know I didn't have to stress over. Because man, you ain't got to really be stressing. You don't need much. You know, you need some powder, some oil, you know, hell, some white sheets and some memory foam. You know, you don't need a whole bunch. But I was out there just ripping and running. But Fear Feline said, you're pretty intense on these old videos. Your 4 girls made you more relaxed for sure. I said the girls were a conduit to a greater spiritual awareness. Gave them a thumbs up. The girls didn't do it alone. God used the girls. Like I told you, I had been avoiding getting companion dogs for the longest. And one day, God just put it in my heart, hey man, get what's on your heart. I consulted my brother and a good friend, and he sort of spoke through them, and they said basically the same thing I was hearing in my spirit. If you don't get the damn dog, you better. But when I got the dog, it did start helping me calm down from a happiness standpoint. Because like I told you, before I bought the first dog, I thought I was a happy guy. You know, I was working at that job. I didn't love that job, of course, but I was making a decent salary, coming home, watching my sports, playing my video games, and that was all, you know. I wasn't all that, I can't lie, I didn't feel fulfilled, but I felt like I was pretty happy. Man, I got the dogs and realized, damn, I wasn't only not happy, I was damn near unhappy, you know? And so every day that I had the dogs, more joy started coming into my life. But here's the deal. I still wasn't where I am, even right now. Because although I was a spiritual guy, I still wasn't in control of my emotions. I still wasn't in control of my atmosphere. I was still letting some outside things bother me. I still hadn't learned those lessons, and I'm still perfecting those lessons. But man, over time, God started opening up more and more things in my heart as my spirit started to calm down as a result of the dogs. That's why I say he used them as a conduit to get to me even more. And one day I heard this message that just started really changing me and like making me tune back in to my earlier values even more. Once again, I always been a spiritual guy. I always recognized God. But you know what? I wasn't always doing everything I needed to do to protect my spirit. I wasn't doing everything I needed to do to realize all the good things God has for me and you. You know, I realized how much I was coming against God by saying negative things over my life all the time. All of this has happened since I had my dogs. They were a conduit for me to realize these things. And so over time, I was making changes to my personal life. I didn't really even think about how they were coming across in the video. Because in the back of my mind, I said, you know what? I'm basically doing an ongoing documentary, especially now that I'm taping every day of my life. So it's a snippet of my life every single day. But I'm not thinking of how vivid it's capturing my life. So when I went back to look at that video, I was like, damn, he right. I'm so much different in my mannerisms and things of that nature that it's not like I'm sitting up here trying to do that. I'm not trying to change. You know, I never sat up here and said, you know what? I'm going to try to do this or try to. No, it's just God changing me day by day, day by day. And it's crazy how it happens. Like I say, not intentionally evolving, but just allowing him to do a work in my life. So it's just amazing for me to see somebody like Fira notice it, or people notice the change over time, because that's literally why I created my videos like they are, so people can see my growth. So a new dog owner, let's just say it's 5 years from now, right? A new dog owner can start at the beginning of my videos. They don't have to listen to the J Dog King Hefner that's 5 years down the road that's talking way over their head about a dog subject that's way over their head. They can come back way to the beginning and be like, damn, look at this fool when he was, that's talking the street talk. Look at this fool when he was a lot younger. Not younger, because I ain't never gonna age, but look at this fool when he first got into the dog game. Man, okay, he was thinking just like me. So it's just good to see people go back and watch my progression. Okay, now I'm off the chain, guys, because I don't have anything else written down. I'm just going by the videos that I saw people they commented on after I wrote everything down. So I'm gonna try to catch those right quick. I missed the comment that Daz made on one of my videos, and I hated it too because it like disappeared somehow. Daz made a comment on my old video, leaving the dog cave. This is one of my early videos where I was just out and about with Callie, I believe. He said, I love these adventure videos. It seems you were straight raw once again in these earlier videos. I think I might have been cursing a little bit more and things of that nature. But it's just crazy, man. Like I told you, God has just tamed my lips. He's tamed my tongue. It's not even that I even think cursing bad. I still curse every blue moon. It's just that it's unnecessary. I don't need to do it most of the time. Dod's coming on another video on my it's supposed to be campaign dollars and fast food now, but it's sex dollars and fast food. He says crazy getting to see the history of adventure videos. He said I can now see how you built up your nerves. He said good choice of locations. That's how I would have done it. Start with the drive-through deal with one person and go from there. One push-up equals 10 equals 100. And then he said it'll be easy. I said it's definitely been a constant progression. The nerves never leave, though. You're always going to be scared, have some nerves going out in public. But one thing I didn't tell him is I never purposely went places to build up my courage. I never did, I didn't have it in my mind that I was taking it easy by going to a fast food place, or I never thought of it like that. I just went places where I needed to go. If I needed to go get some fast food, I just took the dog with me. I didn't say I'm going to build up my courage a little bit at a time. I didn't never think like that. Like I said, I've always thought about these girls as just being my girls. So when I'm going somewhere, you're coming with me. And wherever I end up going, then guess what? I just got to have the courage once I get there. That's sort of the way I thought about it. Let's see. I think I'm almost at the end. And the last comment I think that I see, I just want to make sure that I want to comment on is this guy. I already did it. It was the IBMOR guy who commented and said the hypergamy thing. So I'm done with that. Hold on, guys. It's crazy. My guy named Brandon, he texted me. He said, I see the he said I see the YouTube lives. He said I stopped by. He said he watched sometimes. He said I've been running across people that watch you. He said keep up the hustle, man. Love you, bro. I appreciate you, man, Brandon. I sure do. I'm just doing what I love, and I'm glad to have people stop by and be here with me, man. Man, I can't lie. That actually covered everything that I had written down. It's been a hell of a show, baby. Hey, a hell of a rundown. And like you say, my conversation earlier in this stream was so highly technical, talking about the many dogs versus these childlike dogs versus these unfair judgments by the courts and these unfair regulations and how I think they don't make sense, that honestly, I couldn't go back over all of that if I wanted to. So I encourage you, if you want to go back and check that out, to please go back and check out that higher level conversation. Other than that, I've been going back and forth between the live stream and between I've been going back and forth between the live stream and between my viewer comments. And finally, I got done with the viewer comments off of my videos. I'm going to see what you guys have to say. And we're going to get ready to close this show. But man, it's been a powerful, fun, challenging, learning show today, in my opinion, man. Because like I say, from my point, it was one of them shows where I could have easily avoided this whole subject matter. But like I told you, this show is about tackling not only the fun and exciting things, but the harder subjects, the things that aren't as comfortable to everybody. Guess what? We're going to tackle it here, baby. So, with all this said, let me see what's been happening here. Carol says, sweet. I don't know. Oh, she probably was talking about one of the comments I read from her. Mr. Power Brian says, your videos are great. Thank you, Mr. Power Brian. I love you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for your contributions. And I do want to say this before I go too. Once again, I have super thanks activated on my videos. You can comment on each video and actually leave a tip on a individual video. So that's a nice feature. I appreciate Matt G for donating today, Carol Rush for donating today. Damn it. Missing somebody. I'm missing somebody. I'm missing somebody. I'm missing somebody. Somebody gave me a nice little donation today. Man, I can't think of who that was, but thank you everybody for donating. It's appreciated. Not obligated, but you do help me keep going. So just remember that you can always use super thanks. I am going to leave a community post about that. You can also go to my about page and donate through Cash App or PayPal to keep this show going on a daily basis. And I thank you, Power Brain. Emma Dante says, God changes us for the better. Man, there's no way he can do it for the worse. I'm telling you, man. And I love my atheist people out there. Like I said, I love whoever you are. I ain't judging you. But my atheist brothers have sort of made the argument to me before. They'd be like, man, I ain't finna waste my time believing in God, something that's not there. And I always say this, from just a logical standpoint. And I'm not saying you should believe God based off of this, but this is just me with just logic. I like, well, my whole thing about it is I believe in God. I feel God. That's the whole thing. I feel that he's alive. So I don't have to justify him being alive to people. People got to believe what they feel is right. But for me, let's just take a hypothetical situation where I believe God, but when I die or whatever, I realized that he didn't exist. Well, I was like, man, under that circumstance, I didn't really lose much. I didn't lose anything. Having hope and belief in God is really never a bad thing. It's a good feeling. I say, but my whole thing is I do stand to lose something to a certain degree. Is if I die and I get over there and find out that God was real and I never even gave him a chance. Now, like I say, I have this thing about God where he is love. He still isn't going to want to strike you down. But the problem is, man, the enemy will have you feeling so guilty that you never believed in him. You wouldn't even allow yourself to stay around God. You would throw yourself to hell. He wouldn't throw you to hell. You'd be so guilty feeling that you wouldn't allow yourself to be around God. But he's always going to want to love you. So that's what I was saying. Like, my only argument would be, if he didn't exist, I'd rather take my chance on believing in him not being there than not believing and he be there. And like I said, I would never use that argument to scare anybody, but that's just sort of the logical argument for why I do think it's, what do you have to lose by believing? You only have something to gain. Withering Liberal says, I love this walk down memory lane. Mr. Brand said, I love the video when you went to the drive-thru and the woman approached you and started talking to the dog. Huh? When was this? Oh, yeah. Oh, I love that. She had me laughing so hard. And I can't lie, that human woman was so thick. She was actually a fine human woman. She was actually the manager of that place. She got to running when I tried to put her on camera. It was so funny, boy. Mr. Brand says, I also like when you and your brother went out with the dog. Oh, I loved going out with my brother. You know, like I said about my brother, he's one of these guys that, like I say, he's not the best candidate for the dog life. You know, he's a human woman type guy. He does a lot of humor in it. You know, like I said, I would still make love to a human woman. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, I just think a human woman is more attuned to, the things that he likes. And I think there's a lot of guys out there and just a lot of people out there that this life may not be the optimal life for. Because I'm not saying he can't ever have a dog, but this may not be his ultimate life. And that's what I loved about that video was, me and him had a little candid conversation, and he was just sort of saying how, like, you know what, I don't hate the dog life. It's something I could possibly consider one day, but he's into human women. He ain't really just, thought about it. But the good thing about it is he also don't even down the life. He sees, a lot of positives about the life. So, he's sort of the person that I talk about when I say, hey, you know what, everybody ain't for this full time like me. But I love that because it just gave a different side of things. And I've been saying this, the Power Hour and Reset Sundays, all of these are new shows that started at the beginning of this year. And I've been constantly saying how I'm going to have a guest on here, but man, I promise you guys, just being busy, working on the show and loving what I do, man, you don't understand. These days will be tying together before you know them. But I can't wait to have a good female guest on the show. And I can't, I probably would have had one if I had got a chance to go on the Jack Show or some of these other shows, but my internet was messing up, but it's good now. But I can't wait to invite a girl or two on the show and just spice the show up with a guest. So I don't want you guys to think that I've forgotten about that. It's still coming. But right now, as you can see, we've been so busy with just family business. Look, we 4 beautiful hours in just handling family business without a guest. But I do look forward to spicing the show up in that way in future videos, man. So be on the lookout for that, most definitely. Hold on, let me see something. Lord Nemesis. Lord Nemesis around, my guy, Lord Nemesis. J-Tacker's difficult conversations with class. Thank you, Lord Nemesis, man. I don't know how much of this show you actually got a chance to see, but I'm glad that you did stop through, my friend. I miss my old friend Ludacris. He used to stop by all the time. I ain't seen him in a while. The Soul King says, maybe people who don't believe in God don't have a soul. No, nah, I don't believe that, Soul King, because I truly do believe God is in all of us. It just depends on whether you choose to activate him or not. You know what? Because here's the deal. Even the people that say they don't believe in God, you can ask them if they feel like something they do might be wrong. You see? And they'll be like, well, yeah, that didn't feel like that was right. You know why? Because God is in us. So by him dwelling in you, even as a baby, you actually start, you sort of know things that you're doing wrong, even though it's an unconscious movement. Like you'll know that babies sort of know when you might slap a baby hand, and even though they're not in full control of their bodies, it's said that babies even can sense when they're still doing something wrong. You see them getting it? They can even sense. It's like a natural alarm system, but the alarm system is him living in us. So even when non-believers say, man, I can feel that was wrong. Well, that's God in them, but they may choose not to activate his presence. They may choose to fight against it so hard that they push it to the corners, but it's still there. They still have a soul. They do have a soul. It all depends on what they want to do. on what they want to do, if they want to recognize it or not. So that's why I say I got love for everybody. And even with my non-believers or people that this actually found God through another religion or something like that, a benevolent religion, it don't matter whether I believe in anything that they're doing. You know what it's my place to do? Not to judge. It ain't my place to tell them they're going to hell. It ain't my place to tell them that God don't love them. It ain't my place to do any of that. It's quite the opposite. It's my place to say, guess what? I don't judge you. You know, God loves you. And you know what? Whenever you meet him, it'll be on him to have a conversation with you. That's not my job. My job is to love you as a human, period. That's my job, and run my course, run my race, and try to let every word that come out of my mouth be good and help for the people who hear it. So other than that, I can't determine. I mean, I ain't gonna tell nobody they ain't got a soul because they don't believe or they're wrong. I say, you know what? It's some people who don't believe today, but God will have them believing tomorrow. It's all serving his plan. So with all that said, it's been a hell of a show, man. Show title was Perfectly Petite. I want to thank everybody for donating. And look at here. I'm so happy. Look, guys, I had forgot who had donated, right? And I'm looking dead at it because I left it up there. It was Mr. I'm sitting up here thinking, man, I'm calling out all these names. I'm like, man, I forget somebody. And all the damn well time, it was Mr. Oh, also, I want to send a special shout out to my vagina scent competition girls. If you haven't, I do want you to check out some of these girls sometimes. Anna, that Star Wars girl. She makes me laugh. She really does. Brittany Venti, my burping girl. I promise you, she the most beautiful burping woman you ever want to see. She's filthy and nasty with the burping, but it looks like she's stopping. She's gonna have you laughing at just the way she talk or some of the things she talk about. Brittany Venti, so you can subscribe to her. Then what's the other girl? Nina Infinity. Like I say, nothing bad about her, but some of the streams I've seen on her channel, it just doesn't really interest me. But you may want to watch her channel. So there's somebody you could think about subscribing to. The fourth girl that was in that competition, she doesn't have a YouTube. So I brought all them up to say one. Another thing about Brittany, I just want to say God bless Brittany because it looks like she did slow down on the burping. So that's a shout out to her. And this next round of girls, you can go check out who the competition is going to be. Chrissy Mayer, BX, these YouTube girls, everybody. BX Bullet. Nadine, her channel is called Nadine Multi. It's supposed to be faceted, but it's spelled faceted. I mean, I think it's still the same spelling, but it's just she got it broke up where it say multifaceted. And then the last competitor is going to be, I'm thinking it's going to be Mandy Summers. So that's going to be the lineup for those girls. And I promise you, I've been trying not to think about it because I want to do the actual judging during the show. But like, even when I go and take my shower and I'm just doing stuff around the house, sometimes I think about some of the information I've learned and my brain is trying to do the competition before I'm ready to. But man, that's going to be a hell of a competition right there. My nose has to be on point for that one. So with all that said, man, we're getting ready to shut it down. Wow, 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 wow. It's been a hell of a good time with you guys, man. I've enjoyed it. Love you, appreciate you. But I guess it's been me, J Dog King Helping. Oh, time out. If you ain't hit subscriptions and notifications, please hit those subscriptions and notifications. We would really appreciate it. But as of now, it's been me, J Dog King Hefner, and the beautiful Asuna Moon. In about 2 seconds, we will be out here.